Union. Oh, right. There we go. Cool. Okay. That's good. So you're not... Okay, I'll take this one. Probably not going to be back that soon, but... It'll be fascinating. You know, a bunch of different levels. Huh? What do you mean? Oh no, I'll get in line wherever the hell I am. That's part of what's so beautiful about this. They're here as an intimidation thing. They're not about to put their name on it.
everyone, welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. And again, we're going to use this space again. Standing for a moment of silence for former Lieutenant Governor and Attorney General Frank Bellotti, and also neighborhood leader Cody Rowe. Okay. So let's start with public participation. Then we'll go to petitions before we go. So first we public participation, then some end. At the end we have petitions. We also have the manager's report of the DOJ report 8.40. So we'll take the petitions and report collectively. We'll get that out of the way because I think that's why people are here tonight. And we'll take those items collectively at the end of the petitions. So first we'll start with public participation. This is the time to speak unless you have a petition. You can speak a little bit later. So you speak for 2 minutes. I'm going to agenda and please state your names, your residence, and we'll try to keep it 2 minutes. I think we have a lot of people. Who want to speak tonight, so we'll try to keep everybody to 2 minutes. And we'll suspend the rules that it's just a half hour. We're supposed for an hour anyways.
Mr. Chairman, I move we suspend the vote.
Okay, right now. Roll call.
What's the motion, Mr. Chairman?
And suspend the rules. I'll go for at least an hour and 30 minutes.
Okay, Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Mia?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Payne.
Yes. So again, we have a public participation. In person name is speak for no more than 2 minutes. Name appearing on the agenda. What's your name? See your residence and pay number.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan Worcester, 7W, the elephant that everyone wants to talk about. So DOJ report that it should be noted that the disgraced attorney, U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins had to resign due to other issues. But anyhow, so we're supposed to be a report that was generated by her and her group, who obviously don't like the police, because they just don't like the police, and they don't like the police, and they don't like the police. So enough of this BS. Let the police go out and do their work. I would like to remind the city people here, we definitely know of 2 murders in the last, since Friday. But since there hasn't been a report of 2 murders that occurred like 3 weeks ago, you're talking 4 murders in 3 weeks. We're not Boston. I want to remind people, we're not Boston. So we're sick and tired of being treated like Boston, and you gotta stop treating the cops with a little bit of respect. If there was really a smoke gun in this report, they would name specifics, but as usual, this report generated by DOJ that Joe Biden wanted and reported and sent out has about as much credibility and as much substance as actually, a jury type that has more credibility.
Thank you. Next. Show name to your residence, I remember.
Yes, I don't have it. The report had nothing to do with those forms. The report has to do with allegation of criminal sexual misconduct. And I believe that the people who came forward, it took them a tremendous amount of courage to do that. And I do not believe that we should put them at risk. And there was a reason that the Department of Justice did not see fit to expose their names. And I don't feel that it makes sense. Members of my family for over 50 years have been harassed because they sued the police over 50 years ago. And I don't think that anybody else should have to go through that. Thank you.
So next.
William Gardner, 69 Zenith Drive, I'm speaking on 7X. My name is William Gardner, and I was a Worcester police officer from April 4, 1994 to April 4, 2004, but before being forced out of the department. With the exception of the reported sexual assaults, which I had no knowledge of during my time there, I was bullied, battered, and blackballed starting in the police academy and lasting most of the 10 years that I was an officer there because I refused to behave in the ways described in the Department of Justice's report. As a result, I now am almost completely disabled because of the treatment that I received, suffering from almost constant depression, hyperanxiety, PTSD, and obsessive compulsive behavior. The culture of policing in this country is riddled with this type of behavior, and worse, and the WPD needs to acknowledge that they are not squeaky clean like they make themselves out to be. It's just not possible. I could tell you example after example of the things that officers did to me and in my presence that were dismissive, intolerant, racist, sexist, belligerent, bullying. The list goes on and on. And it only got worse if you were a member of the BIPOC community, the LGBTQ plus community, drug or alcohol dependent, homeless, not a native English speaker, and so many more folks living in the fringes of our community. Bottom line, there is an unwritten rule that no matter what, you will make it home at the end of your shift. Loosely translated, which is not a bad thing. Loosely translated though, that means shoot first and ask questions later, or do whatever you need to do to keep the public down and afraid so that they will not be attempted to assault you. I'm a firm believer that the type of behavior is not necessary to do the job of a police officer, and there are plenty of good Worcester police officers who have proved it time and time again during their careers. The city and the police need to admit there's a problem, apologize for any part they may have played in it, allow the community to accept that apology through forgiveness, allowing both parties to be able to move forward through much needed reconciliation. Thank you very much.
What's your name, city resident? Item number?
My name's Sandy Lee. 70% more prostitution and drug addiction women are due to homelessness. There is no women's shelter in Worcester. I was a former program advocate for SMART for 7.5 years. And one thing I do know is that the women that are staying at the shelter, they end up leaving because they don't want to be there because of men, due to their own traumas and tragedies that they had experienced. I learned a lot from these women. I live in the area. I advocate for a group which is called Project Crisis, who is a organization for women that is in place for them who are out there without a place, a safe place to be. I want to see the Worcester Public Police Department publicly apologize to me if we criminalize to the fullest for abusing and soliciting these women who are not looking to have any type of sexual contact with an officer. These officers put these women in situations that they are forcefully demanding, luring and bribing them, and they get what they want sexually out of these women. A badge and a gun does not mean entitlement. It does not mean that these officers should put us in a vulnerable state, leaving us scared to say anything. How do you go to the police to report the police? Women should not be scared to let men abuse them in any way, especially ones who are keen to protect and serve our community. So I want to see Project Crisis get a building to provide shelter, resources, and counseling ran by Project Crisis for homeless women. I also would like to see the women affected by these horrific acts get restitution for defamation of character and sexually abusing women without proper consent. These women are given into demands because of the title you carry, but that title does not mean you are entitled. I support the petition 7B, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC to the fullest. And for the petition on 9A, the city mayor should not get a raise if he cannot manage our city.
Thank you.
Woo! Let's go, Kate. Yes! Can you go that way?
What's your name, city residents?
My name is Elizabeth Grajales, I'm Project Crisis Vice President. I'm here today to I serve Project Crisis as the Vice President. First, I'd like to say thank you to all the women here to support 7Z, 7AA, 7BE, and 7CC.
These are your items, right, in the file?
Huh?
These are your items in the file?
Yes. I believe today is a very important day. Today, we as women in our community are here to show the city council the outrage that women in the city of Worcester are feeling. I believe that homeless women in the city of Worcester are under attack. And as a homeless woman myself, Aku is already stuck facing the daily challenges and struggles of our homelessness. I am appalled that DOJ is allowing and backing up the WPD after receiving many homeless women who have already been fighting the battle on drugs, homelessness, and sexual exploitation statements. And the fact that they could dismiss those actions of the officers is disgusting and disturbing. So on behalf of all my sisters from Project Crisis and the community, we demand a public apology and restitution for all the women that suffered at the hands of these officers. We at Project Crisis also demand officers convicted of any sexual acts involving a woman that is not willing to be fired immediately. Project Crisis also demands that the city open an all-women shelter ran by women. We also demand a continuous fund for Project Crisis to continue operating on helping and protecting our community of women. So please, on that note, approve 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC, because this is also about the future of our daughters and granddaughters. So I beg you to highly consider Project Crisis's demands, because the women of the city will not rest until our demands are met, and until we see change and those convicted of violating our rights as women. So to end my statement, please work on 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC, and 7C. Thank you.
Good evening, Serenity Jones, resident of Worcester. I'm actually here to oppose 7A, 7Z, 7AA, and 7CC. I do, however, support 7BB. I do believe that there should be accountability. I also want to support the statement made by Worcester PD, and I'm going to oppose the city managers and our mayor. And also, I support 7W. If we don't know who is making accusations, how are we to fix anything? And I also do not support, right, I would like to see the ratings of Eric to be revisited and not just set in stone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Edison. I'm a resident of Rutland working as Worcester versus Childhood Trauma. I'm here to speak on the DOJ report. It is imperative that we believe survivors. It has been said again and again, this has been happening for decades. We've heard this about racism. Racism in Worcester with the Worcester Police goes back as long as I've been an adult. Here we are again. People with mental illness, women that are homeless, that are in the sex trade, have been victimized and are continuing to be victimized. We victimize them more by not believing them. This is about a culture of conduct. This is about power abused. When we look to our leaders and our police to help vulnerable people and they harm them, that is unconscionable. This cannot stand. I implore you to not see this as individual issues, individual bad people, but a culture that allows power to be abused. Please put a stop to this and redress our concerns as soon as possible.
Next speaker.
My name is Sue Mailman. I'm a Worcester resident and a member of the Worcester School Committee. I want to express deep concern for the findings of the Department of Justice report about excessive force, conduct that violates the rights of some women, and racial discrimination. Our city, in my mind, has a pattern and practice of responding to this report and many reports over the years. The city comes out swinging in defense of the accusations and then tries to walk it back and then pushes the work to a committee and says, see, we are doing something. My belief is that we should trust the public to play stronger roles on a variety of important seats, like the Human Rights Commission or hopefully a civilian review board. Let's appoint people that are serious about creating change, not just filling seats, not just supporting this one or that, but truly working in the interest of transparency and fairness to the residents of our city. This is on items 10G and 10H. I remember calling into the very last meeting of the DEI subcommittee when the committee told the city, you are not taking us seriously, we are voting to disband. That was a bold move, and the city was none too happy that the members were speaking the truth. But it needed to be said and it needed to happen. This Human Rights Committee has excellent leadership under Chair Ellen Shemitz and Vice Chair Liz O'Callahan. They have really worked hard, and other appointed members of this body. I watched them stifled in their request for information, and I hope the city will immediately change that pattern and practice and reappoint serious leaders and let them do for their job. I will be watching, along with many others, The community is watching, our young people are watching, our scholars and our schools are full of students, and they are very interested in matters of social justice. And this is a chance for us to take an opportunity and do way better. Thank you.
Should you see your residence?
I am a transgender woman, and I would like to shed light on my story. At the age of 12, I was kicked out due to being a transgender woman that led me to start my survival/inner life. It went from night after night, day to day. In 2022, I was aged out of DTF and went back into the sex trade. I've been even bounty hunted by the Worcester Police Department just for trying to survive in my daily life, even for being discriminated against due to me being transgender. I've encountered assault at the hands of an officer. This is why I am here today, to make a change in the year 2024. Jennifer Biles.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
My name is Sean Harris. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of the petition for Project Crisis, 7C, 7AA, 7B, 7C, in response to the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes of DPD officers against prostituted women. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Crisis to support homeless women, hold abusers accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial and mental health support for survivors. These demands constitute a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower women on the streets.
Good evening, everyone. I want to begin by saying thank you to all of those who have come out to support Project Crisis and their initiative to supporting the survival and fight for liberation of all women. This is what solidarity looks like. My name is Imani. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I am here in support of the petition 7C, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC from Project Crisis. In the response of the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes of Worcester Police Department officers have committed against prostituted women. When this information was released, I was shocked, but by no means surprised in any way. The findings outlined in the report of the United States Justice Department Civil Rights Division and the United States Attorney's Office, the Worcester Police Department actions targeted women involved in the sex trade and violated their constitutional rights as citizens that they have sworn to protect. How you, council members, respond will tell us everything. Whether you choose to respond or to ignore them, you will publicly display and prove to all of us whether you consider a prostituted woman a human being or not. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by the Worcester Police Department, allocate shelter for Project Crisis to operate, hold the abusers accountable, and decriminalize women and provide financial and mental support for survivors. Purposeful change is possible and can be achieved quickly and reasonably if everyone is committed to doing so, and that includes your votes tonight. Do your job.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on Agenda 7W. My name is Thomas P. W. II. I'm a lifelong resident of Worcester, born and raised on Grafton Hill. I've been a member of Worcester Police Department for 27 years. As a proud president of Local 911, it was my privilege to speak to them on behalf of the Worcester police officers. The report submitted by the DOJ is a reflection of the personal practice investigation to our city, a total disgrace. Over the course of recent years, society has disparaged the profession of police in this country to an alarming level. We have local elected officials and some in our community who prioritize disparaging brave men and women in the police department on a routine basis. Being a police officer is an extremely difficult job, and that, along with the disrespectful treatment of the police in our society, is one of the greatest reasons that we have such difficulty recruiting and retaining officers in our city. Let me remind you that some thought defunding the police was also a benefit to the community. That being said, this sham of a so-called investigation is a new low point, with hardly any factual information and authors taking it upon themselves to decide whether allegation against the police is credible. How have we come to a point in our city when this is allowed to happen? It's disgraceful and insulting to the great men and women that I'm privileged to represent. There's nothing more important in our relationship with the public. We should always strive to improve as an organization and better serve the people we protect and serve every day. Our officers are not afraid of accountability. We have oversight like no other profession. Post, Fox, equity audit, HR, DOJ, health department, human rights, body cameras, hotlines, and non-stop scrutiny and second guessing on a daily basis. Tonight, I call on all members of the council and our residents. I especially call on all local unions and their members of our great city to stand in solidarity with our local, to condemn the lack of fact-based material contained in this basis report. No union worker should be subjected to persecution for reports that are not based on factual evidence as opposed to its shocking standard of proof. We demand that the DOJ provide any and all information it gathered. We also ask for a list of the people responsible for writing this report to include their experience and training. If this criminal behavior they reference took place, there should be multiple criminal referrals. Why is the DOJ not calling for the immediate arrest of the officers involved in this so-called pattern of criminal behavior and sexual assaults? Because justice is not the purpose of this report. Its sole purpose appears to be a political attempt to embarrass, smear, stereotype, convict the officers in the court of public opinion without our data to defend each and every proven allegation. There are 3 words in this report that are very true to me: outrageous government conduct. I've already described the actions of the DOJ. I can assure you, as president of this local, we will be watching the response of the members of the council. We all know that there are some with an anti-police agenda obsessed with anything they can do to try to label us as racist and use this basis report to try to further divide our police from citizens. For what they perceive will be their own political gain. Yes, sir. 1 minute. We flatly reject those individuals and call the voters to stand with us. We encourage dialogue and relationship with our citizens and police that is one of mutual respect, based upon honesty and integrity over division and divisiveness. I thank the public for the strong support they show officers on a daily basis and ask for your support as we move forward.
Thank you.
We will not remain silent in the face of unsustained character assassination, as we hope we will not either.
Thank you.
Tissue damage, scarring, and atrophy. Clearly, there is a need ethos of violence that runs deep in the department. So who can you possibly call to protect you? The stakes have never been higher for women in the city. All women in the city of Worcester should listen to this. We implore our community to stand united with Project Crisis and form a front against the violent, class-based misogyny in our city. We directly call on the other organizers of Worcester to uplift this work and stand in solidarity. Reject the Worcester Public Department's rape regime. We reject the Department of Justice's recommendations, as there is no DEI training that's an adequate answer to rape. Instead, we support these petitions made out by Project Crisis, once again, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC. Thank you for your time.
Make sure that both sides are treated with respect. Or you can come in and do that, we'll keep it down so people can hear what's going on in the room. So please allow everybody who wants access to have access.
Thank you, because I had to fight my way through the crowd of people over there. My name is Fiona Jackson. I'm from 37th County Street, Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm here to speak on all the issues that the person before me just spoke on. I won't go through all the numbers, but I just want to say that the police are supposed to hold people accountable for their actions, but the police need to be held accountable for their actions. If they're being the criminals, then they should be behind bars. Every one of them that was found guilty for whatever was reported in that report, they should be behind bars. Nobody should be letting them go just because, oh, they're nice guys, as I've heard some other policemen refer to them. That's not right. If somebody has done a crime and it's been found and investigated to be true, they should be behind bars. It doesn't matter whether they're police or not. They should be investigated and they should be criminalized just like anybody else who commits that same crime. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Chris Ryan. I'm here to speak on item 17 tonight. I'm the general president of the New England Police Benevolent Association.
Boo!
Represents the Worcester Patrolmen's Association. Here tonight, along with NEPD Executive Vice President Kevin Carroll, in support of the honest, hardworking men and women who lay their life on the line each and every day without certainty they will return home to their family at the end of their shift. These officers are husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, just like you and I. I'm here to address this careless DOJ report, which alleges egregious criminal behavior up to and including sexual assault and rape. If the DOJ had credible information regarding these instances, why isn't anyone investigated or arrested? Why are the alleged officers still on the job today? Where is the justice for the alleged victims? Instead of offering answers to these questions, the DOJ or the office in their report recommended remedial measures. Are you kidding me? Many of the recommended remedial measures are already in place. In 2020, Massachusetts passed the most comprehensive police reform legislation in the nation. The nine-member Post Commission was formed, which is comprised of 9 members, 6 of whom are civilians with no law enforcement experience. They are responsible for the certification and, if necessary, the decertification of all Massachusetts police officers. To date, the Commission has decertified 38 police officers statewide. Along with the Post Commission, programs such as body-worn cameras have been implemented. In February of this year, the National Institute of Justice released a report on body-worn cameras on the city of Boston, stating that the program has had significant reductions in citizen complaints against police and police use of force reports for officers who wore cameras compared to those who did not. Police reform is working. With this encouraging data, I'm asking this council to hold off and reserve judgment until the DOJ provides further information on these disturbing allegations. All relevant parties are entitled to the specificities of these allegations that are outlined in this report. To release such an irresponsible report to the public based on anonymous sources does nothing but erode public trust, divide the police and the Worcester community it serves, as well as demoralize the officers and their families. No one wants a bad police officer off the job more than an honest, hard-working officer, which you see here tonight. All of these officers deserve better. They deserve your support, and I thank you for your time.
for 19 years. I've been a member of the Vice Squad for 11 years. Those 11 years also include the time that the DOJ report supposedly covered in their investigation. I stand here today to tell you that I have never worked with a more professional, dedicated, and loyal group of people in my entire life, aside from my combat brothers in the Army. So it really affected me when that DOJ report came out, claiming several things about myself and the people I work with that I know for a fact to be untrue. In our society today, there are some people that are very vocal in painting the police in a negative light. This DOJ report has given those people a platform and much ammunition. It has done irreparable damage to the members of the Worcester Police Department, and it has done so without evidence or without witnesses to support their claims. It has made us look like criminals to the public and damaged our reputation. And as everyone knows, it is very hard to build up a reputation, but it's very easy to lose it. As a member of the Latino community, myself, and all other minority members of the Vice Squad and the Worcester Police Department, this strives as an example. We try to be the best that we can be for our people. This DOJ report has done nothing but put another roadblock in our path. I'm here today to ask the City Council for a commitment to us, to the Worcester Police Department, to stand with us against these false allegations by the DOJ and watch as they are proven to be wrong. In this room, I sit here as many people have come to this mic and called me a rapist and called me a criminal in front of my 8-year-old son, in front of my wife. What are the questions that he's going to ask me when I go home? Knowing that this report is utter garbage. Please think about that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Cowell. I live here in the city of Worcester. I'm also the NEPBA Local 550 president of the Sheriff's Department. As you can see above, brothers and sisters in the same union, they come across this report in the paper. They have families at home. There's nothing in that report that even is credible. Imagine going home to your wife and kid and having to discuss this kind of a matter. It's unbelievable. I can't even believe that the paper would even put it out there, except for the one only factor, is to paint them in a bad picture. And that's what I need to do tonight. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Kelly. I'm a member of Project Crisis, and I stand strong with these women here today. You guys don't see the tears of these women every night as they have no place to go, or as they have been hurt by Worcester PD or whomever. They're telling you just to get out of whichever and stand in the rain, or sorry, one second.
Take your time.
Got it, the homeless woman in the city goes through so much more than any of y'all even remotely think. Like, we deserve a building. We deserve to be able to have somewhere safe to put our head at night. Because the Worcester PD who's supposed to protect and serve, I for one don't think, I don't have trust in it. I don't think they protect and serve me at all. And I'm sure a lot of these women don't think so either. After what I've seen over the last couple years of unfortunately being homeless in this city. There's so much more to all of us, and especially with Project Crisis and how the good that we do in the city. And
what needs to be recognized, especially with the demand that we are offering because it's deserved. Worcester PD needs to be penalized for their actions. Severely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Rick Cipro, President of International Brotherhood of Police Officers, Local 504 Worcester Police Officials. I'm here to speak on 7W and 7 Bravo Bravo BB. I'm here also to speak that we demand that the city, the Worcester Police Department, and more importantly, the citizens of the city receive the full investigatory report from the DOJ, not this garbage summarized one that lacks empirical evidence, contains no admissions and misrepresentations. This investigation was supposed to be conducted through an objective and thorough examination. However, we must question if this was in fact done. If we do not have the ability to challenge the methods of evaluating information, analyze the credibility of witnesses, and review the incidents and the facts used to arrive at their conclusions. In the DOJ's own memorandum governing these investigations, Section 4 states that the affected jurisdiction will be afforded an opportunity to respond. We must do so, but we can only do so if we, as a city, have all the information and evidence used in this summarized report. Even more importantly, we need a full accounting and an investigations of the allegations of sexual assault alleged to have been committed by members of our department. If the allegations hold true, these individuals must be prosecuted. Anything less will continue to create a lack of transparency and community trust in public safety. Let me be clear. The Worcester police officials are about accountability and transparency. We've been working towards the end for several years, as evidenced by our department's increase of sharing departmental data and statistics and increase in community engagement. These actions, coupled with our union's collective bargaining agreement, instituting body-worn cameras, GPS technologies, police review and reform, training, and the possibility of establishing a performance review, are moves in the right direction and confirm our commitment for this. Many of the recommendations contained in the report, the department has and is working together, and we'll be working towards this. And some of those, if not all, can be accomplished through continued work with the city, not by entering into an MOA with the DOJ. That will likely be in place for years to come and will cost the residents of Worcester hundreds of millions of dollars. The unions play a significant role in reaching any type of so-called settlement agreement. Reviewing the effects of these agreements in other cities, we oppose any such consent decree or MOA with the Department of Justice, and will work with our sister union to prevent one from being instituted. We say this knowing that there are better ways to improve policing in Worcester that does not slow the process down, and it is by working directly with the whole community at large, and not just the few. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Trevor Coleman from Worcester, and I was a police officer in the unit. I've been a police officer for 11 years, and I've been engaged in kids. And I like to address the thing that's said. I would like to start off by saying that I obviously am a person of color, and I have the most respect, faith, and trust in the men and women that work in the Worcester Police Department. I think the men and women in this department should have worked fairly professionally, and most importantly, do not discriminate and treat people unfairly based upon their race. As a black man that was born and raised and lived in the city for most of my life, we've experienced some racism growing up. There is no way I can work for a department that discriminates, treats people that look like me differently or unfairly. Let it be clear with this. I'll be the first person to call an officer out and speak up if I find them discriminating or treating somebody unfairly because of their race. Racism is something that I take seriously. Racism is something that I don't stand for. I think the DOJ's report creates an inaccurate representation of our department regarding enforcement activities for minorities and religious stats that are misleading. There are so many other variables on why it's happening in a certain way that can be explained. I think the investigators did strategically try to smear our name. And they wrote the report in a way that gave people the impression that we discriminate. And themselves, they quote in the report, they say that they do not conclude that these disparities reflect unlawful discrimination by WPD in violation of constitutional or federal law, and that they only have the trend of potentially discriminatory policing. And they say that we don't collect enough data. I think they should have just said that we don't collect enough data to prove or disprove if we discriminate or not. Lastly, I want to say because of these inaccuracies in this DOJ report, everyone thinks that we're racist, that we're thugs, and that we're sexual deviants or predators, whatever you want to say. I want to say that's not true, and I know myself and I know other members of this Worcester Police Department are going to do everything that we can to show that this is not true and gain the trust back in this community. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Here for the past 17 years. Most of my time I spent in operations. There I was building connections with the community. Back in August of 2024, Chief Saucier asked me to take over the role of as the LGBTQIA plus liaison for the Worcester Police Department. As you know, Officer McQueen had recently retired, and the chief stated that he wanted to fill this role as a full-time position. Chief Saucier recognized the fact that the LGBTQ plus population was rapidly growing here in the city, and that we had an overreaching responsibility to bridge the gap between the police and the community. You might recall that the Worcester Police Department here was the first police department in the Commonwealth to include a trans member of the community. I was originally hesitant to take the job, to be honest with you, because I had already been working with Officer McQueen, and I knew what the job entailed. I knew that she had worked morning, noon, and night. It was around the clock position, and she was taking calls on nights, weekends, and holidays. On December 9th, the Department of Justice released a report regarding, relative to the findings to the investigation that it had launched into the Worcester Police Department. I read the report and I found the report shocking. I was actually rendered speechless. Unlike most ethnic communities, the LGBTQ plus community includes people from all races, creeds, and colors. That community involves veterans and non-veterans. It includes people who are sheltered and who are homeless. It includes members of the addicted community and people who are sober. Based on my role today, I can tell you that that report is eroding our relationship with the community. I am cognizant of the effects of a broad report that paints us with a broad brush. Since the release of the report, I am finding that members of the LGBTQ plus community are reluctant or flat out refuse to meet with me now. I'm sorry?
Can you wrap up your comments? Can you wrap up your comments? Can you wrap up your comments?
Absolutely. So, I'm not here to persuade anybody. I'm here to ask you to release the full report, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Take this time to speak on behalf of the current Life Squad and all who perceive us in this assignment. Like many in the WPD, members of the Life Squad and I were very surprised at the DOJ's findings in the summary report. As an investigative agent, we conduct our investigation based on facts and evidence to before coming to a reasonable conclusion based on the evidence obtained. At first glance, it appears the DOJ's investigative findings, as they relate to the vice squad, are lacking in any substantial evidence that are rather based on third-party, anonymous accusations, biases, and outright lies not based on fact. Contrary to the DOJ's report, I'd like to highlight some factual statistics that are in fact supported by hard data and numbers. Over the last 5 years, the Vice Squad's made over 800 arrests, executed 190 search warrants, sealed over 75 firearms, and $2 million in drug proceeds.
We ask people please be quiet and respectful of one another. We ask everybody please to be respectful of one another. In the room here, please. Particularly tonight, let's be respectful. I'm sorry.
Just going back to highlighting some factual statistics that are in fact supported by our team. Over the last 5 years, the Vice Squad has made over 800 arrests, executed 190 search warrants, seized over 75 firearms, and $2 million in drug proceeds, part of which goes back into community projects like our parks and green spaces. In comparison, during these vice enforcement efforts, Vice Squad officers have received 0 complaints of sexual misconduct, 0 complaints of excessive force, 0 complaints of conduct unbecoming, and 0 complaints total for any violations of law and policy. As a supervisor in the Vice Squad, I was one of 4 supervisors asked to be interviewed by the DOJ. While not being under any sort of legal obligation, all 4 supervisors agreed to be interviewed. The agents of transparency and honesty, media supervisors, requested that the interview to be recorded. However, without giving us a valid reason, or any reason for that matter, the DOJ is the one who refused to have the more than 2-hour interview recorded. Tonight, I implore the City Council of the city to demand the DOJ provide an explanation as to their findings, why they ignored facts supported by data, why they refused to be recorded in an interview, and to demand an apology for the harm done to not only the Vice Squad and the entire Worcester Police Department, but to the Worcester community as a whole. Thank you.
I don't want to take a recess from tonight, but ask everybody please be respectful of one another.
Hello, my name is Keith Linares. I'm a resident of Worcester, District 1. I'm here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 765. So I'm a father of 3 daughters. I'm trying to raise them to have a bit of a social conscience and care about local government. Imagine trying to explain to them why I'm here. Imagine trying to explain to them if they're ever in trouble. Should they go to the police for help? Knowing what we know, and knowing that the city manager, the city council, you all sit here providing oversight of the police. It seems like a sham to me. You should be ashamed of yourselves. It's either that there's no oversight or you're just incompetent. It's embarrassing. And I'm having a really difficult time trying to get my kids to respect this local government. I hope that people hearing this are thinking about things at the national level. With everything going on, it's a time that we need to be thinking about what democracy is really about. Transparency, accountability, and seeing Eric Batista respond to this, trying to squash this, spin it, minimize it, I'm ashamed, it's disgusting. And I think you really should take a look in the mirror, sir, and think about yourself a little bit more and think about what you represent around here.
Thank you.
My name is Diana, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of petitions from Project Priceless 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC in response to the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. I cannot begin to explain how disgusting it is to see this room packed with cops who cheer and clap in support of their brothers, especially when the other people speaking are homeless women who are the ones actually victimized by rape. You want to call these cops bad apples? How many bad apples do you have? It's more than 1 or 2. It's the whole tree. Rape and abuse of women is not an exception. It's how how the system was built to function. Are you shocked that cops are protecting their home instead of the people they were sworn to serve? There's no trust to erode, so don't talk about the beauty of trust. I'm here today in support of my sisters from Project Priceless. There is no group of women who is subjected to more injustice in Worcester like homeless women, though the WPD would claim that they're the ones who are attacked. These women are my friends, and I've grown as a person seeing the women of Project Priceless consistently show me what resilience looks like in the face of a city that does not care if they live or die. I'm not interested in sugarcoating. The DOJ report revealed something most people in Worcester already know. It's a department that is bound by corruption, bound in secrecy, especially when it comes to abusing women. So was your soul worth it? Was it worth it when you sacrificed your humanity for power? I'm asking all the cops here today. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by the Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold abusers accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial and mental health services for survivors. And in regards to 9A, do not, for the love of God, increase the salary of this so-called public servant who is already one of the most high-earning people in Worcester when there are women sleeping in the street. Pay Project Priceless. Let's go!
Hello everyone, my name is Deborah Wazowski. I'm a Worcester resident here in support of petitions for Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. I have never been to a city council meeting before, but learning about the DOJ report on the Worcester Police Department detailing the immoral, inhumane, and heinous crimes committed by police, I knew I couldn't stand by and do nothing. How fucking embarrassing and shameful. No, I really hate the reputation the police have created as a government-sanctioned gang of bullies and abusers is not lost on the public eye. And for those officers who say, oh, it's not me though, enough. You are all clearly showing your incompetency to prune the rot at every turn, and instead cultivated an environment allowing unchecked assholes to carry guns and tasers, using them on anyone they feel like just because they can. Using their badge and power to coerce and abuse the most vulnerable members of our society. You are all responsible for these atrocities. And if the WPD ever hopes to gain public favor again, you can start by apologizing for the abuse of prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold these abusers accountable while decriminalizing the women you've taken advantage of, and provide financial and mental health support for survivors. These demands are a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower all women. For violence done upon my sisters is violence done upon me.
My name is Santi. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I serve as the coordinator of Project Homeless women subjected to prostitution in the city of Worcester. I'm here in support of agenda items 7Z, 7AA, 7DD, and 7CC. I'm here to demand that the Worcester City Administration adhere to the demands of Project Priceless in response to the Department of Justice report investigating abuses committed against women by the Worcester Rape Department. I am here tonight to ensure that you listen to women who have worked tirelessly against all odds to build a network of safety and solidarity between women on the street, to protect each other from the exact findings of violence documented in the DOJ's findings. These women have endured unimaginable horrors: abuse, poverty, violence, hunger, the harsh cold, isolation, trauma, yet they continue to come together to survive, to organize, and to demand justice. They've done this without shelter, without resources, and without any institutional support, simply because they must resist being crushed under the weight of oppression. Their resilience is extraordinary, but resilience alone cannot overcome the systemic injustices that they are facing. We have already lost 4 members since the formation of Project Priceless last September. and we refuse to lose another friend to the streets. We are demanding a public apology from every last one of you for the abuses committed against women that you've left to die on the streets. We are demanding a building for Project Priceless to operate a shelter since the city of Worcester hasn't cared to fill the void left by the closure of Harbor, the only overnight women's shelter in the entire city. We also demand your commitment to punishing the male abusers while rehabilitating these women and providing reparations for survivors. I demand that you act on these 4 petitions. They are not just requests, they are necessary steps towards justice and liberation for women harmed by the systems designed to exploit them. Without your action, women remain at risk of being raped to death while the city of Worcester remains complicit. We will not let the city live down the legacy of its brutal misogyny. You'll never be known for loose socks. It's pretty embarrassing.
Thank you.
Girls pay true power. This is Worcester Woman's Hour.
I deeply care for and believe in this woman, and it is an incredible honor of mine to know, to love, and to learn from each and every one of these women. And you would all be complete fools to discard their insights into the realities of the world that we have built specifically within this city that you position yourselves as leaders of while you leave people on the street to die.
I appreciate it.
I'm not.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
I know that this council has the power to stand with these women, so it's time to choose. Stand with the women fighting for their survival, or for the systems and the men that exploit, abuse, and rape them on the daily.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Vice President of the Worcester Police Officials Union. I apologize for I'm speaking on item number 7W and 7B. Ask yourselves these questions. Where in this great country can anyone be charged and convicted of a crime without one piece of evidence? How can victims of serious criminal acts and incredible forces be left without justice served? Does due process not apply to these victims and alleged offenders? Does the DOJ not have the ability to enforce these acts? Are these turning over to the Mass Attorney General? We recognize the importance of addressing legitimate misconduct and ensuring accountability within our police department. This summary reports allegations of systemic sexual misconduct within Worcester Police, but lacks the necessary factual support to be credible. The absence of concrete evidence weakens the report's claim and unjustly tarnishes the reputation of the entire police department. The report, 41 pages after a 2-year investigation, alleges sexual misconduct, cherry-picked use of force instances, but fails to provide clear evidence or credible investigative findings to substantiate these claims. There are no documented case studies, verifiable victim testimonies, or examples of judicial proceedings involving the Worcester Police to support these accusations. Without this, these allegations become baseless and it erodes the trust, not only in the Worcester Police, but also in the DOJ's process. To uphold its credibility and effectiveness, The DOJ must hold itself to the highest standards of evidence based on reported accusations as serious as sexual misconduct should only be made when supported and verified by evidence. Sweeping generalizations based on limited or unreliable data do not serve the cause of justice and instead weakens the public faith in both local and federal oversight. We strongly urge the city manager, along with this city council, to ask the DOJ to produce a investigation report that specifically outlines each allegation based on facts, times, dates, location, and most importantly, the names of the alleged officers allegedly involved. Anything else is unacceptable. The integrity of our justice system depends on fairness, impartiality, and accountability. I trust the DOJ will address these concerns.
Thank you. Please, thank you.
I trust that the DOJ will address these concerns to restore the confidence and commitment to these principles. Thank you.
Good evening. We are here to speak on agenda item 7W. My name is Elisa Duffy. I am resident of Worcester and live in Grafton Hill. On behalf of my friends and fellow Worcester police wives, we are here to address the council regarding the DOJ investigation. A police officer will show up when you call for help, when your child goes missing, when your brother gets in a car crash, or when your mother collapses. They see, hear, and deal with things most of us could never even imagine. They show up in the face of danger without thinking twice. They are selfless. And in the same breath, police officers are disrespected, treated poorly, kicked, punched, and spit on. You don't like how a police officer is treating you? Don't worry, you can just whip out your cell phone, go live on social media, and berate them, while all your followers watch and comment how god-awful the cops are. But they keep coming back for more day and night. They miss holidays, birthdays, parties, and school events, and whenever you call, they will be there. They need what they signed up for. It's a thankless job. But what they didn't sign up for is to have false allegations made about them by the DOJ with zero evidence to back up their false claims. Imagine someone going to HR at your company, making false allegations about you with no evidence to back up these allegations, and have every media outlet pick it up and run with it. Whenever he wrote a paper from as early on as middle school, he needed to cite our sources and cite the quotes we used. So we are asking the council to demand the DOJ release their full report with the authors and each and every so-called credible source. These officers are held to the highest standards and more oversight than any other profession, and the Department of Justice should not be held to any lower of a standard than our officers here in Worcester. So tonight we proudly stand with and support our husbands and in solidarity with the entire Worcester Police Department. Our children will continue to look up to their fathers, their heroes, and the men and women of our police family and know they are the ones keeping our city safe. We ask that you stand with them as well.
I'm here to go out to support for agenda items 7C, 7A, 7BE, and 7CC. And to voice my disgust with the systemic abuse we have been enduring by those that take oaths to swear and protect us. Reading the DOJ's report on the San Diego Police Department is sickening, gut-wrenching, infuriating, and unsurprising. The Worcester Police Department has a culture of rape and violence which is gone unchecked and unpunished for far too long, taking advantage of some of the city's most vulnerable people is sick, twisted, and calculated. It is time that this city does something about that. Reforms are needed. We have a responsibility to protect our home. The police in the city seek to harm this city's most vulnerable. They seek to harm and continue to deny the evidence that has been put forward by the DOJ. Again, I know how this department, throughout this entire night, has ignored the evidence put forward by the DOJ. We have to support and empower the voice of Project Crisis. It is time to take the necessary steps towards justice and to foster a healthier community. The Worcester Police must apologize. The city must allocate a space to support unhoused women. Worcester has to financially support these women that they need to. We have to hold these abusers and accountable by decriminalizing the women that are affected by this.
With entities like Open Sky and the American Stage Artists Company, we need to have other places. We need to have special places qualified to help the homeless, to help the mental health when we have a blood bank. We speak very probably need to help this in the past by our heart.
Like many others in our city, I was horrified and outraged after reading the Department of Justice report exposing a culture of our own law enforcement shamelessly committing some of the most heinous and nauseating crimes imaginable on the most marginalized members of our community. Such a culture can no longer be tolerated, nor should ever have been tolerated. Granting the request of Project Priceless is the bare minimum this city can do to regain the trust of its lost. But the city must take such meaningful action to permanently prevent such atrocities and corruption from happening again. It should commit to making considerable cuts to the WPD's budget and reallocating to services that are proven to make a difference in bettering our community without inflicting harm. If there's anything this report has shown me, it's that the WPD cannot be trusted to wield its massive budget in a responsible manner. Until it does, the best way to effect that change is to stand up to their power and divide them the resources they squander on bullying the defenseless. If you want to be tough on crime, here's the perfect opportunity to do so. Removing the few bad apples will not solve the cultural root of the problem. Until the department is able to come to a proper change of heart and atone for their sins against the community, they deserve neither their massive monetary budget nor the authority and respect we give them. You as councilors have before you arguably the most consequential decision of your careers. A chance to truly reduce harm to our most vulnerable residents and create a more harmonious city where people don't have to be afraid of being harassed and abused by the very people who are supposed to protect them. I suggest you do not squander it. I yield back the balance of my time.
My name is Casey, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I am here in support of the petition from Project Priceless 7C, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC in response to the Department of Justice findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostitute women. And I just want to speak as someone who has worked in a homeless shelter for just about a year. I have seen the sexual violence that occurs from the sexual violence not only against women but against children who are on the street and who have to engage in survival sex again, just to survive, just to survive. And I have seen many people I've worked with try to make that decision of trying to find access to care, and just the sexual violence is always a part of it, and it is something I have witnessed many times that I have also encountered myself, and I hope that this council and the city takes this seriously. Thank you.
Bear with me, I wrote this before the entire police union showed up to defend the alleged rapists of someone of them. My name is David Webb. I'm a resident in, I'm not really a current resident, I'm a chamber resident in the city of Worcester. We're the second largest city in New England. Let's start acting like it. Let's set an example. That means accepting responsibility, admitting our harm, and changing our systems so that we don't constantly exploit our citizens. For Worcester to improve, we need to be able to admit and I see petitions like this as an opportunity to do just that. I'm also, of course, in support of 10C through 10H and 7Z through 7BB. I'd like to particularly note 7BE adding mental health services to studies with services for the at-risk community. This is a fantastic agenda item, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda. I'm in opposition to 7W. Tonight's meeting is yet another example of a city council agenda where we have both a request for the solution as well as a demonstration of the problem. Brought to us from the people who compared Gay to Hitler regarding actual public safety, we have a petition to berate apologists who deflect instead of listen, who always demand more proof instead of ever simply believing that. What a great way to show exactly what roles the police unions play when it comes to accountability. I'm also not a fan of 9A, extending the city manager's contract. After I was attacked right outside this chamber by someone who has donated to most of this council, our city manager lied, claiming that there is not a practice of having police at these meetings, ironically this week, and claimed that the officers who were supposed to be there had left to file reports. According to a public records request, those reports do not exist. In the same misleading statement, Manager Batista said he was confident that the Worcester Police Department will be able to bring about justice. That hasn't happened, but really why? How? Why? At this point, why would any intelligent person or city manager be confident in the city of Worcester or its police department to bring about justice? Maybe he needs to reread the report that was released 5 hours after his new attorney's statement. Because the city manager hasn't communicated with the Human Rights Commission since April. There are recommendations from the Board of Health that were made in 2020 that haven't been fulfilled. And in the 2 years since the Department of Justice launched its investigation, Councilor Kate Toomey, chair of the safety committee, hasn't had one meeting to discuss the matter. If half the people who showed up tonight gave a shit, he would be in this position. Let's go!
Hi, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Merciless Indian Savage, and I'm a resident of Montgomery Territory. So my little sister, a few years ago, she passed away as a federal marshal. She was a single mom, she busted her ass, and we were so proud of her, and we still are. But there was a time when I was here, I was homeless for 8 years here, and I don't do drugs, I don't drink, so I got to see everything HD. But when I saw some of the stuff I saw from some of these police officers, I didn't want to tell anyone what my sister did for a living. And that's pretty sad. She was a great community officer when she was a police officer. She went above and beyond for the community. And she also didn't believe that when police officers should get in trouble, they should be doing community service too. So, because we're held accountable. But here's something that happened to me too. I was sitting at home, 9 o'clock. I had 2 FBI agents come to my house, knocking on my door. Because I volunteer for reintegration, ex-prisoners organizing for community advancement, jobs, not jails. They wanted the information because everyone came to us when we were on King Street. We were reintegration for this place. We were the only ones. They kept coming to us. I've seen stuff myself when I was first homeless, before I got to this. It made me sick to my stomach. So for those that are in denial, you think these officers aren't doing stuff? You're sleeping. How do you know? You're not even out here doing outreach, but how do you know they're not? How do you know what they're doing? Honestly, how do you know? Because when there's one, that means you're all guilty if you're not speaking up.
Hi, my name is Betsy Grande and I'm a Worcester resident. I'm here in support of agenda items 7C, Z, 7AA, 7 council adhere to and advances the demands of Project Priceless in response to the DOJ report investigating rapes committed by the Worcester Police Department. I honestly have a huge fear of public speaking, so bear with me. When I first heard this, I was not surprised. It was disgusting, but it was not surprising. It was stuff that we've heard before. It was stuff that we know. It's stuff that Worcester has ignored. And Worcester can't ignore it now that it's coming from the Department of Justice. This is a time to finally take a stand and say no more. We are here as a united front in the feminist fight against male violence. Women have to say prostitution does not work, and it is survival. Cops get away with abusing women because of a system that protects men. Male violence must be disciplined, and we cannot let predators keep getting away with this.
Good evening. My name is Avery. I'm a Worcester resident. I've lived here nearly my whole life, but I've never been to a council meeting before. Frankly, I'm nervous, but this is important. I'm here in support of the petition from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC, in response to the Department of Justice's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. When I heard the DOJ report, I wanted to cry. I felt sick. I wanted to throw up. You can't read something like that and not be horrified by it. Not only is this report an embarrassment to the city of Worcester, but more importantly, it shows that people are being hurt. They have been hurt and will continue to be hurt unless we do something. The DOJ's findings highlight a complete and utter lack of humanity on the part of the police. There is a culture of rape and violence within the police department that is so deeply entrenched it cannot simply be fixed with a few reforms. In the report, they said that some officers admitted to doing stuff in their arrest reports and nothing happened. So even if there's a few bad apples, everyone in the department is complicit in protecting rapists and upholding rape culture. Greater action is required. The city has a responsibility to protect its people, something the police have staunchly refused to do. You can do better. The city must apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by Worcester Police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support houseless women, hold abusers accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial and mental health support for survivors. These demands constitute a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower women. Thank you.
Tom Marino, Worcester. We don't agree with all the claims in the report, but taken in totality, along with numerous concerns expressed by residents of the city over many years, we must face the systemic issues in our police department. That starts today. Our residents and many officers that seek to serve their city with honor. That's how tough it was. That's what I expected from competent leadership. And we got a gaslighting campaign, which, whether intended or not, has resulted in witness intimidation. When you scream every day in the media, we're going to get the names, the time, the date, location. You're threatening to expose victims of sexual assault who don't want to be exposed.
Yes.
Believing they would remain anonymous, and the whole city's out here threatening to out them. It is fit for an episode of The Sopranos. It is gangster behavior. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. Now, what we got in response was the most poorly organized disinformation campaign maybe in the history of human civilization. It's his lawyer, he hired him, he saw it, he approved it, it was published because he allowed it. And it is chock full of lies. There have been 78 of these investigations before Worcester. Worcester is being treated no differently than any of them. The full report will be out in 90 days because that's their process. Do some research. So to vote for this man's contract tonight, I realize that no bold action will actually come from this. But I mean, you're just co-signing, lying to the people of the city, lying to your faces last week. Nobody says anything about it. He's been shut down. The only place where this stuff got talked about in public, the only thing that gave anybody in this city comfort that at least some police stuff was aired in public, and he's violated the ordinance that establishes the Human Rights Commission for, what, a year and a half? Nobody says anything. Nobody wants to deal with it. know, maybe check your guy, because he's breaking the law. Now, we're told over and over that the vast majority of the Worcester Police Department is great. Sure, okay. But how come we never seem to find anybody that's in that minority who's a scumbag? There's 2 cases in the report, who of course we'll never talk about. A violent thug beat up a pastor in his church in front of his kids for saying a word. There's video footage. The beer garden thing is the most atrocious thing you can possibly do. They tried to have that kid deported, and they did nothing. Where are they both? They're both of those violent thugs. They are Worcester police officers right now. So you're not going to fire anybody, and you have sucked all hope out of me that the city can ever change.
Name, city address, city and residence.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Bertrand. I live in Worcester, and I'm also speaking in support of the petitions made by Project Priceless. I think it's a cruel irony that what people feared would happen when they spoke up is happening, denial is happening. All the things that people were quoted in the DOJ report as fearing is becoming reality. And I think that's a sign that we need to work towards accountability and asking that please take those petitions seriously and work to represent constituents not by spending money on lawyers and lawsuits, but on true community safety and real accountability.
Hello, I am Jason Turner. I live in Grafton, and I grew up my whole life here in Worcester. I left for some period of time, and then I've come back. I didn't come here planning to say anything, but listening to what the officers stated, denying and defending and rejecting and turning a blind eye to all of the different specific matters, saying, oh, these are just allegations, there's no evidence. Okay, well then what's going to happen when evidence is presented in 90 days? When there is evidence, when they're all defending all of what happened, trying to turn away from it, what's going to happen when evidence actually does come out, when the DOJ does release their report? Are you going to say, oh, okay, sweet, we said that we would do it once we had evidence? Okay, sweet, is now the time? And what is this council going to do between now and when the DOJ's full report comes out? Because it is coming out. Nobody on the police force that I heard, and I had headphones in the whole time listening to the Zoom recording, I didn't hear a single person say anything about what did or didn't happen. They all just said there wasn't evidence. There is something to be said for that. So pay attention. They are not saying they didn't do it. They said there's no evidence of it. And there's going to be evidence in about 90 days. So what is this council going to have done between now and then? And what will the officers who were not perpetuating these things, what are they going to do? What is the police chief going to do about these things between now and when evidence does come out, whatever it says? I'm not privy to it, neither is anybody in this room. But what are we going to do when there's evidence?
I'm a family of
I wasn't planning on speaking either. My name is Alana Gordon. I come from a family of high-ranking police officers, and the one thing I was taught was accountability is necessary. I am standing up there in tears because I'm looking at you guys, and you don't even look moved by what everyone has said here. These are people's lives. You have to care. This is your job. I don't have a whole lot to say, but I am so devastated because I grew up believing in police officers, and this isn't okay. You have to care more than this. That's all I have to say.
My name is Donald Bellador. I've lived in Worcester for roughly 20 years. I will say that a thing I've noticed is very little talk about within the top two. Quite a lot of people here
not just police, I also talk to police. And it seems like everyone is kind of taking the clearest thing I've heard from anyone is due process. People saying that when we look into the allegations, there should be accountability. That is nothing. That is, if anything, a postponement. That is putting off addressing what's actually going on. This is the thing we see all the time. When a company gets sued, they'll postpone the lawsuit until the person suing can no longer afford it. If we do not stay vigilant, this isn't addressing any of you. If we as a citizenry do not stay vigilant, we prey to such things again and again. Even if such things aren't happening, our vigilance is important. If we aren't keeping our eyes on those in power, we will be prey again and again. And that's not how a country works. Countries aren't supposed to have prey and predator. It is about people serving each other. It is not about cops above citizens. It is about citizens serving citizens. And if we do not ensure that these people are listened to, if we do not ensure more than just accountability, that transparency, if things are found out, there should be more than just shown. It shouldn't just be put on some website. There should be headlining news. Anything less than that is an indictment, not just of Worcester, but just the general malaise of, Massachusetts, America. It is important that we make this known, that we fix what is done, because words mean nothing. Actions are what we need.
Hi, my name is David Coyne. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester. I'm also a person who, by virtue of my presentation of skin color and gender, lives with great privilege in this society. I don't worry every time I see a police car that I'm going to get hit on, but I know people do, and I understand that. I'm here to speak tonight in support of the resolution that's been forwarded by Priceless Group and make a couple of suggestions. I don't think every cop's a bad cop. I have an uncle who's a New York City detective, okay? There are good cops. There are overwhelmingly good cops. There are also bad cops. Bad apples slip through in every system, no matter how careful you are. The problem here is the thin blue line, the mentality that says it's the job of every cop to protect every other cop and to make sure that no cop gets in trouble because of anything reported. It's impossible to do about any of this stuff. It's impossible. I want to make two suggestions. One is we've got a systemic problem that requires a systemic solution. The systemic solution, in my opinion, and I realize this is up to negotiations for future contracts, is that any penalty the city pays through court order or through agreement for police misconduct needs to come out of the police pension fund. That would require cops to think twice about covering for one another, okay? And then the second thing I want to suggest is tomorrow, the Department of Justice is holding a meeting at the YW at 5 p.m. So, you got the time right? 6 p.m. Sorry. And I want to suggest that the chief and that the city manager and their capacity as manager of the police department make sure that every officer is ordered to not attend that hearing so that people can speak without fear that they will be doxxed. We need to protect the ability of people to speak to Justice Department officials without running the risk that the police department will put their address and their name on the web. Thank you.
Nobody else can go.
My name is Ali Ben Adam. I'm from Better of Worcester. I'm from the city of Worcester. Both sides of my family have been here for 400 years. And I have nothing to share other than to amplify the voices of the women who have already spoke. The evidence is clear. The knowledge is within the people. It's not a matter of discovery. As far as the people know, we know what's happening. It's going to happen. It's not a secret. You need to catch up to reality. All I have to do is share a little historical anecdote. In 2001, September 2001, the whole world came to a small to a small town in Newfoundland called Gander in September 2001. A town of a few thousand people. All the planes that were crossing the airways in the Atlantic Ocean had to land. Remember, September 2001. And that whole town, they opened up their schools, they opened up their houses, and took care of thousands of people who stayed for weeks and weeks. Everybody was fed, nobody was homeless, simply because there were enough people who cared. There's no reason for women to be homeless in the streets other than we don't care. It's not a matter of money, it's not a matter of resources. The whole world was abandoned in September 2001, and everyone was taken care of. It's just a historical anecdote. Again, I have nothing to add. The people already know what time it is. Catch up.
Well, since I've been making so much noise over here, I might as well talk, right? My name is Kate Scanarelli. I live in Shrewsbury. But all I want to say as a mental health clinician is just because it isn't happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening. So you need to take a little perspective class, right? Because just because, again, it's not happening to you doesn't mean it's not happening. So the way to prevent these things is by funding in our community, right? The Worcester Police are to get way more money than they need. It's very apparent. Add to their budget and take away from the community, it is perpetuating these issues. So if you continue to vote the way you have in the past, it's clear, again, you don't care.
I'm Jody Diamondstone. I'm from Worcester, and I did not intend to speak tonight, but after listening to the testimony that I heard when I was up in the gallery, I could hear it when I came downstairs. I feel it's important to point out that virtually the entire police department was here, and the entire police department was unanimous in condemning the report, in silencing the voices of the women, using any account of misconduct could have happened within the force. And I also want to point out that there is a difference between an employee in a human resources department and a homeless and powerless resident and the police force. There is a profound difference in that relationship. Yes. That people are afraid to speak out because what they say will be denied, because they will be gaslighted. This is not news. And I wish that the police department, because that report did not condemn all of the officers. It did not. I wish that the police presented a more credible face to the community.
Yes, right on.
That they did not. That they did nothing to win the trust of the community. That they condemned the community for not trusting them, for criticizing them. And that's what I want to say. Yeah!
My name is Helen O'Hara, and I'm an educator, not here. I'm talking because I know so many young boys who want to be policemen. I know so many. And then I come here, so all these little boys want to be cops. And then all the big boys here come and laugh at us. I'm severely disappointed, and that's all I have to say.
Yes. To intimidate. They come to intimidate.
Okay, we are going to go, we have people on the closest by the meeting, go online.
One more. With consideration.
Hi, I wasn't planning to speak either. My name is Margot Barnett, and I'm a resident of City of Worcester for about 35 years. So we have an investigation that was done by people who know what they're doing to investigate. All right, so I'm speaking about 7W, but I'm also speaking about the proposals by the group. Project Priceless. So we have an investigation that was done by people who know what they're doing. It's true that police officers, many of them, have not committed these acts. The conversation tonight has been almost all about the sexual abuse, and that's really important. But there's also a lot of stuff in there about people being bitten by dogs, people being punched in the face, people being punched in the head, people being tased when there was not a reason to, when people were providing no threat. And so let's say that 90% of the police officers don't do this. But if 10% of them do, and it's not investigated, and it's not turned over to the Coast Commission, then all of the police department owns it.
Yes,
You own it. You own it. And city manager, you also own it.
Yes.
Because it needs to be addressed. There needs to be accountability, and there needs to be a reconciliation. There needs to be a recompense to people who have been harmed by this. So I ask you as a city council not to support 7W because it's just important not to take this thing and flush it down the toilet. This is a serious thing we need to look at. And if we don't remedy these things, we all harm them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to start with the first row bar, and we'll try to do it now. Please state your name, city of residence, and where you're calling from.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Chris Large, City of Worcester, speaking on item 7X through 7CC. I've been coming to this council for more than a decade to speak on patterns and practices of misconduct and abuse committed by the Worcester Police Department. I have provided these comments while councilors and chambers talked, looked at their phones, watched the Little League World Series on their phones, or just walked out. So my expectations of those members of the body as currently constituted are limited, as is frankly my respect. The DOJ has spent years, thousands of hours, probably hundreds of interviews, etc. to generate this report. This report contains several other very serious pattern and practice allegations, but let's just focus for today on what it says about prostituted women. I have read hundreds, personally, I have read hundreds of police reports, myself, other officers who make arrests on statutes that cover prostitution. If anyone in the city would like to know who you need to be looking at, the names are right there in those reports over and over and over again. I would also like to remind everyone where the police union representatives and all of labor, where police stands on everyone else's strike lines. Where will you find the police on your strike line? If you're in the labor movement, you will find them on the strike line, facing that line, ready to harass that line and arrest it, ready to protect the bosses. I have walked many strike lines, and I have never seen a cop on the right side of that line. Police are not friends of labor movement. It is very rich to hear WPD calling for the Department of Justice's data when for years and years, WPD and the city have brought tooth and nail to full data, disciplinary records, and so forth. The TNG, among other media outlets, have tried to sue to obtain this data from WPD, but WPD feels entitled as they often do, so they'll get their data immediately when they ask for it. We relate to so many basic accountability measures because WPD themselves and this city and this body fought them tooth and nail. You've had many chances to do something about the abuse and misconduct they commit, and you've done nothing. Here is one more chance. Today is a new day. Do something about it. Meet the demands of Project Priceless, Black Families Together, SEI, and many other organizations who have to respond to a harm that has been done and is still being done. Do it, or history will judge you further or not doing it. Thank you.
Jackie Esparza, I'm trying to read those down.
Good evening, everyone. Jackie Esparza, District 4 Worcester resident, calling in support of 7C, 7AA, 7BB, and 7CC. As a longtime community organizer, public health practitioner, and former City of Worcester Health and Human Services staff, I want to remind you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and City Councilors, that this is not the first time that we are hearing about this horrendous abuse of power, racism, and violence enacted by the police. This is a conversation that I remember when working at the Main South CBC, witnessing Nikki Bell fiercely advocating for accountability and resources for prostituted women. I remember this conversation coming up when facilitating community conversations for the 2015 Community Health Assessment. And I remember Dr. Castilla, along with the HHS team and many community advocates, working with Senator Chandler to continue to bring visibility and to advocate to address this public health crisis through allocation of resources. As a former city staff, I know that you, Mr. Manager, as part of the former administration, and frankly, all of you are well aware of these matters. It is embarrassing and frankly ridiculous to witness your back and forth of statements condemning the violence and behaviors portrayed in the DOJ report, while you all are approving other statements put out by your staff discrediting the same report you condemned. We are watching your performative behaviors. This is a public health issue. Ultimately, as the DOJ report states, the ways in which our women who are in the sex trade and are prostituted are raped, dehumanized, brutalized, and stripped of their dignity by the police is horrifying and a matter of human rights and ultimately a public health crisis that we cannot ignore. Let me remind you all that during the COVID-19 pandemic, while we were working to get emergency shelters in place, we were once again reminded and faced with the reality that co-ed shelters are not the safest for our most vulnerable community members. Co-ed shelters are not safest for unhoused women vulnerable to prostitution, even less safe for those at the intersections of being unhoused, untaught, and part of the LGBTQ community. We are not even in a place to have a real conversation around this injustice. But with that said, the way we choose to address the brutality endured by the women who share their experiences in the DOJ report are out of community outrage, and I call for accountability matters. A clear, transparent, and non-performative apology is long overdue. And let me be clear, this is not rushing up. Today, I urge you to not only address these atrocities in an apology, but to reparate by allocating resources to establish a women's shelter that essentially
Yes, you should name the city residents.
Ashley Spring, City Worcester. I'm calling first in opposition to 7W. As I sat and listened to this city council meeting, just a public comment for the past 2 hours almost. I saw the most aggressive attack toward potentially victimized women that it's more than I expected to see from the police. That is terrifying, and council, I'd like to address you and tell you that we citizens, we aren't terrified. We aren't terrified. You saw how they showed up today. We need your help. We need your help. I support all of Project Crisis' proposed proposals, but I would also ask that we seriously consider implementing, and I demand that we implement a citizens review committee that has so thank you for listening, and councilors, please, when I say that we need your help, we do. Thank you.
I'm a registered voter in Worcester. I'm calling in to use my voice to express extreme support for items 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, and 7Z. Worcester elects, you have an opportunity to redeem yourself and work towards becoming a city that holds the police accountable. Anyone who defends the actions of these perpetrators, Joe, are in denial and are afraid to give up their perceived power. I would like to reiterate what Casey said, just because it isn't happening to you doesn't mean it isn't happening. Please believe the victims. Also, Eric, please go over yourself. We don't need more money. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Sasha from District 5 and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm also here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7B, and 7CC in response to the DOJ investigation on the WPD's complete abuse of power and crimes committed against prostituted women. The WPD has committed crimes that need to be held accountable. I've been watching the Zoom tonight and I think it's clear that the WPD is one of the biggest gangs in the city. The way that they protect each other, so deny all reports and still don't take accountability. It's upsetting to see homeless women be cast aside and shown through numerous accounts that they don't matter. But it is more upsetting that I'm not surprised. The homeless women of Worcester deserve to be safe, they deserve to be protected, they deserve to have shelter. To the people saying that there was no evidence shows how quickly people devalue what women say, especially prostituted homeless women. The evidence is in the lived experiences of these women, and now is the time to listen to them. It's the city's job to apologize for the abuse of prostituted women by the police, allocate a shelter for Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold the WPD, the abusers, accountable while decriminalizing the prostituted women and compensating them financially and through mental health support. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Olivia Garrity, and I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here in support of the petitions from Project Priceless, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, in response to the DOJ's findings regarding the crimes WPD officers commit against prostituted women. It's been difficult, and I can only imagine how much harder it's been for the women spoken tonight. If your members of the police department, all men by the way, dismiss the findings of the DOJ as incredible, you all have women in your lives, and how do you think they feel? Hearing you turn a blind eye to and disregard their fellow sisters' voices. It's not only upsetting, but beyond disgusting that the people who swore an oath to serve and protect have instead turned their heads or turned their positions into tools of oppression and corruption. We should be able to turn to those who wear the badge with the expectation they will uphold justice and that they will stand up for what is right. But instead, we've witnessed countless cases where this power has been used to intimidate, exploit, and harm innocent people. It is important at this time to hold these officers accountable and demand true justice for our survivors and our community at large. If we don't stand up now, abuse and injustice will continue, and we can't let this be the norm. Our survivors deserve better, and we have the right to fight for it. I'll never understand how anybody in a position of power in Worcester can sit by and watch as their most vulnerable population struggles in the city that once promised to protect them. The city must apologize for the use of homeless and prostitute women by Worcester police, allocate a shelter to Project Priceless to support homeless women, hold any abusers within the department accountable while decriminalizing women, and provide financial support and mental health resources for survivors. All these demands constitute a necessary first step towards justice and systemic change to empower women. We need to believe survivors first, always. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. To the chair, I just want to say that I noticed that the mic was cut off for the person on Zoom, and I want everyone to remember that that happened. It happened, and they did not cut off the mic for none of the Worcester officers that were there, especially when that was yelling very loudly and the whale was turning. Now, to the unhoused women, the unhoused people and sex workers who came out tonight and showed their face, you need to know you matter, your voice matters, your story matters, so you can heard and you deserve justice. Worcester Police Department, your department is on fire, and a few bad apples have shined a spotlight on the department because of systemic issues and some jaw-dropping allegations. To the honest, hard-working, innocent Worcester PD, I thank you sincerely for all of your honorable services, and please continue with that good work. That said, this report isn't about you as an individual. However, you are part of the entire department for the truth. It is the bad apple you should be upset with. The DOJ investigators spoke with Worcester PD staff, including supervisors and the previous chief, victim testimonies, and obtained reports, including videos, unedited videos, and open records were obtained by journalists, which were released to the public before this report. So all of this stuff, a lot of this stuff is already out there. Let's not forget civil lawsuits already paid, and some that are probably pending now. Why are we actually paying those lawsuits if there was no there? To the Worcester PD officer that asked, where can anyone be convicted of a crime without evidence? Here, in every single corner of the United States of America's judicial system, and it happens every single day. And I know you know that. I am in agreement with 7W, 7X, 7Z, 7AA, 7BB. 7CC I'm in agreement with as long as when we're talking about reparations, sure, reparations in the form of suing the individual officers. 7BB, 7EE, 8.37A and B, and 9A, unfortunately, City Manager, you should not be paying $1,500 a month for the maintenance of your car, which is $54,000 for 3 years. Thank you.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Eric Brown, I'm a resident of Worcester. $4 million in settlements for police misconduct. 27 officers under investigation for Task 40 mandatory training. $1,300 stipend for wearing a body camera because we can't hold our police accountable. I'm absolutely shocked by the volume of officers that are coming in tonight saying that they support accountability. It seems that at every turn they do absolutely anything and everything they can to basically just skirt this responsibility. Further, the city's response to the DOJ report that came out, I think, was appalling, shocking, and absolutely unacceptable. I am incredibly disappointed in the actions of the city manager, and it seems that this follows a pattern that the city will continue to deny any and all allegations, which may be a smart legal defense maneuver, but it is neither right nor ethical. And it is not I'm just shocked by the fact that we have been stymieing our Human Rights Commission, and what we need, and people have called for, is a citizen advisory board. Yet, we continue to get pushback from the state officers that say they want accountability, and from city administration and city councilors who state that they are here to support the residents. It is absolutely shocking that we have to keep coming back for these conversations, and as others have said, this is not something new. This has been going on for decades. So, why does the WPD claim to be accountable, and what actions are we going to take? Because they aggressively respond to any and all allegations, yet they clearly do nothing to actually hold their own accountable. It is the responsibility of this board, this commission, city councils, as well as the city manager to make sure that any interests, like the police, are working for the residents. I believe the victims and the statements that they've been making. I am not shocked at all at what I read in this DOJ report, and I'm very saddened as I raise 2 young daughters in the city that I do not believe that if they were in trouble, that I would want them to go to the police, that I would tell them, find a mom, find another woman, because they are probably going to be your best bet for safety. Accountable for their time. It seems that this is something that you are essentially invoking just, here and there. And again, this comes back to the issues we had with regards to when protesters came to city council. There's a clear problem here with what is and is not being allowed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker is Fred Taylor. I'm trying to close it now.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city residence.
Yes, Fred Taylor, Worcester resident, president of Worcester Plans and NAACP. I'm calling in to speak about Department of Justice report here in Worcester. I'd like to start by saying that what was displayed inside City Council tonight, the aggression was definitely uncalled for. To the aggression that was displayed tonight. But I'd like to just say, as president of NAACP, I find many of the charges in this report to be very troubling. The concerns and fears expressed by the women who have spoken here today are deeply concerning. I want to address the issue of excessive force highlighted in the report. I've heard some people express a desire to see names of those who have committed these offenses mentioned in the DOJ report. For decades, many have filed complaints, and those names are in those documents of those complaints. Some people here spoke know about excessive force, and some of those people here today did nothing to stop it. This is a systemic problem that must be addressed. I've heard that no one hates a bad cop more than a good police officer. I urge anyone who is in charge of serving and protecting to hold bad officers accountable for their actions. It's time to dismantle this protective culture, often referred to as the thin blue line, ensuring that everyone's safety and fair treatment, regardless of their race, gender, or financial situation, is a collective responsibility of all of us. We need transparency and accountability. Enough is enough. City manager and city council must listen to those who have been not heard for far too long. The NAACP has advocated for a long time for a civilian review board, but I truly believe in that. I truly believe in a civilian review board, but I'm also a realist. Civilian review board will only be effective if the administration in the city listen. Please listen. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Minnie DeRoche. I'm a resident of District 5. I have a couple of things that I want to comment on. On 10J, Mo Bergman seems to be asking for information that is, and has been in the reports out from the city the city. There have been multiple presentations about this, and there's even a thing on YouTube, so please, I recommend you go watch it. The city put out a whole video on Vision Zero of the whole report. In terms of 7Y with the non-single families, I believe that should be non-owner occupied, because there's a big difference there, and there's a lot of seniors that have a second unit that helps them out. And then in terms of 7DD, I highly doubt that we have been in contact with any other cities. If we have, that's awesome. I wouldn't expect it, but these thing from last week that I put on the agenda with the State Department Subnational Diplomacy Unit contacting Ambassador Nina Hatchian would help with that, because she can directly connect us to cities that have processes that are helpful to learn from. In terms of 7X with the TNG, part of my question is why Kelly? Why him as the lawyer? Why did we need to hire somebody who has a record of being so bad in the courts? We already have issues with the solicitor losing cases. Kelly loses cases constantly in terms of supporting Trump and things like that. We should not have hired him. In terms of 7W, it is absolutely disgusting to dox victims. In terms of the HRC-related things, please give them back their powers and add to them that they are already an existing thing that we have neutered based on its original contract. 10E to H, please support. 10D, please support. 7EE, please support. And in general, I have been sexually assaulted and raped in Worcester, and I refused to go to the cops because I knew I wouldn't be listened to properly. It is immensely difficult knowing that when I have a stepbrother who works on the New York PD, who was in the department that had the Eric Garner case happen, and he forced that group to go through additional trainings. It is disgusting that the other police officers who are not the culprits are backing up their the people that do these things, because it is for reasons like these things that people like me do not report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker is Kenneth Barlow, from the resident now.
Shit. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, hi. My name is Kit Baca, a lifelong resident of Worcester, Massachusetts, and I would just like to say that with the rise of this report in regards to the Worcester Police Department, that there's no surprise coming from me at all. That the police have gone out of their way to rape and be violent towards women who are homeless and who have turned to prostitution as a means to survive. And that seeing that these violent actions play out on our streets and to the women in Worcester who are trying to just live and exist, it's horrible to watch, and it's horrible to know that this is the standard for Worcester PD. And watching all the police and their allies line up with them in this court tonight has been truly something to behold, because they truly choose to uphold violence in every way that they can. And I think that watching this play out over and over and over again with little to no change, because a change would mean an upheaval and an actual implementation of human rights for people that all deserve it, you know? It's a sad and horrible thing to watch, and to let it continue over and over again. The women of Worcester, homeless, whether they're homeless, they're addicts, whether they have turned to prostitution, no matter what, they deserve to be treated as people, because they are people. From Worcester PD and its citizens, and the counselors here tonight who have chosen to remain neutral in the face of systemic oppression that they uphold with things like increasing police budgets and actively doing nothing against the police officers that continue this violence over and over and over again. And I just wish that I could see a world where these people who have raped grown women, teenagers, homeless women, prostitutes, get held accountable. But until we make that change happen, I would like to see a world where those women can be made safe. And this isn't a radical position, this is just basic decency. And if Worcester chooses not to uphold basic decency, I can't even say that I'll be surprised.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next calling user is last number is 1144. I'm trying to get them down.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, this is your name and city residence.
Hi, my name is Emma Norquist. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm also a survivor of sexual violence. I'm calling in tonight in support of 7C, 7AA, 7BB, 7CC, and in opposition of 7W. I want to say solidarity with the members of Project Priceless, solidarity with Nicole Bell, who I know brought up a lot of the information in this report pertaining to sexual violence years ago and was treated horribly by city leadership, in solidarity with all prostituted women and survivors of sexual violence. I believe and I stand with the survivors of abuse by the Worcester Police Department, and no matter how this council and the city chooses to respond, does not have a reflection on the validity of your claims and your experiences. Survivors owe the Worcester Police Department and the city administration nothing, and despite the men with guns and power who came here and yelled in front of this body tonight might make you fake, they are not the ones who have been harmed here. I know that you're doing the best to stay alive during an impossible situation with no good choices. I almost didn't survive the aftermath of violence, and I know many survivors have not. The criminal legal system is not a place for justice for survivors of sexual violence. There's so many good reasons why many people, including myself, choose not to report. People have everything to lose and almost nothing to gain going forward. So for people to suggest that survivors of sexual violence who are promised anonymity for their safety from the DOJ should be forced to have their names released against their will and face further violence and re-traumatization is despicable and violent. No means no. Denial, silence, apathy that I faced in the aftermath of my assault. It's easy to think that sexual violence is one bad person no one knows, but it is husbands, it is brothers, it is neighbors, it is friends, it is coworkers, it is faith leaders, it is police officers, it is athletes, it is school committee members, people that you know and you like. And the reason sexual assault continues to happen is the everyone else who looks away, who stays silent, who makes excuses, and doesn't do something. You have the opportunity tonight to do something. After June 2020, I watched the live stream of Worcester Police Department officers beating my friends, saying racial slurs, and threatening to rape them. Then I came to my first city council meeting, I watched city councilors, the city manager, and the police chief say that these officers show tremendous restraint. So I won't be surprised if this goes how I think it will go, but we still are here, we believe you, and we bear with it.
The next call on user is 6714. I'm trying to get the call one more time. Can you please say your name and city of residence?
Yes, Colleen West from Worcester. I just want to say that I'm calling to support 7W. This DOJ report is full of anonymous authors. It relies on anecdotal and third-party accounts of unnamed individuals. At If we're gonna smear an entire department without any empirical evidence, the DOJ must identify all the experts, researchers, and others involved in developing their findings. It's also important to note that this report was done by President Biden's corrupt and weaponized Justice Department. Without explanation by the great former U.S. Attorney Rachel Robbins, who was forced to resign because of her own severe ethical violations. Even had her law license suspended. I don't trust a thing in this report. Our police officers are begging for transparency here tonight. And the usual cop David wants to deny them that. I also want to support 7EE. We should accept staffing and mental health services at city-run shelters. To go a bit further than that, we should also have an independent investigation into the sexual abuse and violence in our city shelters, since a former director at a Massachusetts migrant shelter recently reported that an illegal immigrant who raped his daughter numerous times was given a taxpayer-funded lift ride to a Worcester shelter. He is now sitting in that Worcester shelter to raise more children. This made national news. It's amazing that this city council and our local media haven't even brought up or addressed these findings. I guess sexual assault only matters if it's an allegation against a police officer. Well, let it ride, let it slide if it's an illegal immigrant. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the last speaker is Nina, I'm trying to do it now. Can you please say your name and say your residence? I think not hearing from that resident, that is the conclusion of online participation.
Just hang on for a second. We have a couple of petitions that don't include the DOJ report. We just do those collectively. One is Michael Rendon, request of the council, obscene man provide council report concerning the legality of establishing a real estate tax.
So Jeremy, Nina was unmuted properly.
What's that?
Nina wasn't unmuted when Nico said they were unmuted, so they re-raised their hand.
Okay, go back.
And there's another person.
No, we're moving on after this last one.
Mr. Chamberlain, suspension of the rules, security for the public.
Go ahead.
So, through the chair to the council, basically, Nina, you're unmuted again. I did try to unmute the resident twice. So, Nina, can you hear us? Nina, can you hear us? So, Mayor, I think there was a microphone issue with that call. Councilor Nina, as probably can see, I've tried to unmute the resident twice at this point. So, Mayor, the last speaker that I have is raising your hand, is Kyle Blow. I'm trying to get it now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is your name and city residence?
Kyle Bell, I'm a temporary Worcester resident as a student at WPI. And so I am speaking on 7C, my petition to install a sidewalk along Gold State Boulevard on a few properties. So this area covers some 850 feet in the intersection of Gold State Boulevard and Grove Street. This provides many people with access to a variety of stores and businesses along the corridor. While small, this gathering network forces pedestrians to trudge through dark grass while 4 lanes of cars whiz by, or they can take a massive detour that requires crossing some 14 different lanes. The least popularity is clear. Decades of foot traffic have worn a dark path into the grass, a path clearly visible even in the first Google Street View from 2007, and its route out of line as a college student biking to my climbing practice north of I-190. Now, I know there's a much more important topic today, but this is still important. We're actually addressing the needs of so many that are disregarded by acknowledging and upholding them, by supporting those who can't take a couple hours out of their night to ask for a simple sidewalk. By not forcing them in wheelchairs to cross with private way highway, we can make the gradual steps toward building a Worcester that works for all its residents alike. no matter how they travel, or where they live, or what they look like. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to the petitions, try to take these all collectively, if anybody has a question. 7A before the planning board, 7B, 7D before the public works committee, 7E to 7T before the traffic and parking committee, 7U to 7V to the hearing date for January 7, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. So we have something that don't pertain to the DOJ report. We have 7Y, Michael Brindle, requesting council request to see man provide the council with a report concerning the legality of establishing a third real estate classification for housing units that are not single family units.
Motion to file.
Okay, and, okay, so we'll do the other ones first then. The other ones, collectively on approval, those, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Correa?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morales Carlson?
Yes.
Council Mian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we have 7E, I'm sorry, we have 7Y, motions to file, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Correa?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morales Carlson? Council Mian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 7E, there's Charlie McNeil here. It's now requested, council requesting manager look into staffing of the city-owned sites where there are home services determined, where mental health care is available now, to increase funding and direct services as needed. Send it to the manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Correa?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morales Carlson? Council Mian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, so these are 7W, 7X, 7Z, oh, sorry. 7Z, 7AA, 7BB, 7C, 7D, and also we have the manager's report, 8.40.
Mr. Chairman, can we recess for 5 minutes? I have to take care of some things.
That sounds reasonable. Recess, and we'll come back, and the manager would like to make a statement, I think, and we'll move on. Thank you. So 5 minute recess?
Mr. Mayor, on a roll call, Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Correa?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morales Carlson? Council Mian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
I knew that was coming. I was like, oh, Kathy's gonna take a cut. It's been a minute. Yeah, the last time. You wrap it up and then it was just like click. Oh, I looked at it. I did a good job.
Yeah, I gotta give us a book. You know, 40, so my kids I always see my son on camera and I'm like, we gotta fix that. We gotta fix that.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm working here with you. It's been a long process. Hypothyroidism. So that hasn't helped my body. I like junk food. That doesn't help. I'm pretty high junk food. I'm not gonna say I'm very So I'm all done for the day. Yeah, my batteries are dying. I wish I could stay longer because I actually want to get to Mexico, but you know, I only got so much time. That was a lot of it's like 2 hours there.
No. There's no way. These things are like crazy and like. And they all left in like a like and all at once. I saw oh, it's all. I think that's. That's her. Oh no, it's her. That one's that one's yeah, it's not. Oh, that's Russell. I don't know, but his name's George Russell. I know. Yeah. Hey, how are you? Good. How are you? How are you? That's so nice. Nothing more peace than just waking up and like, whatever. Also, I was looking into my job. Let me tell you, it sounds like the other programs are hot messes. So I'll let you know my program is hiring. Also, some of the programs have really bad food. Like, for some reason, my program has really good food, but literally across the parking lot, there's another program, and their food sucks. I was confused the other day because I watched the More Than a Bridge documentary, and you were in it. You were in it.
So it cost me more.
Okay, so who are the guys that were, you know the police that were sent over here? Who are the two guys in the suits? What was their point of view? Oh, yeah. I thought they were just supposed to do something, but they just sat there. It's ridiculous. Like, yeah. But they were like inside. Oh, like those two over there? Yeah. I thought they were going to do something, but they were just sitting there. What do you do? We're so chill. Like, I really love organizing this. I'm about to get my period. You're gonna make me cry. I'm feeling really emotional. I was just texting Diana, like, it's weird how, like, everything when it's talking about Christmas, like, there's always someone there. Like, for some reason, like, we just have our schedule so that, like, someone will always be there. Okay, so what does she do? Why does she get to sit in the chair? She's not city clerk. City clerk? So he's city clerk. Oh, he's city clerk. Wait, you're so right. I work with him until we and it was back when he was and it's all like, okay, like,
Welcome back to the City Council meeting.
So that's here.
Council Bergman? Here. Council Gloria?
Here.
Council Algier? Council King?
Here.
Councilor Carlson?
Here.
Council Diaz?
Here.
Council Ada? Here. Council Priscilla?
Here.
Council Russell? Here. Council Toomey?
Here.
Mayor Petty?
Here. So take those items off the city manager's report. Mr. Manager, you'll say
Mr. Chair, what item is this? What item is this?
These are all, we can all add this together.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we take them separately. Thank you.
No, we can take them separately, but once we get for the vote, yes, we can take them separately.
Like, for discussion, I'd like to take them
Yeah,
separately.
we can take them to a thing, Mr. Manager, go ahead.
And which item is he speaking of, Mr. Chairman?
On this report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the chair, to the council. The report that we have in front of us, like I stated in my statement, it's shocking, it's unacceptable. And it's something that we as a city, as a community, are trying to, I guess, digest everything that's in it. However, I do acknowledge, and I want to recognize the fact that there are survivors in this space that came tonight that spoke valiantly of their experiences. And so I want to recognize and acknowledge that, because that is something that's unacceptable at all levels, at any space, for people to experience the things that they experience. I also want to address something that's extremely important. And I know that is probably what's created the sentiment tonight, and also created the sentiment that has brought so many people to this council chambers in engagements in social media. It is that of the statement of the outside counsel hired by the city of Worcester, by my administration. I do understand that that statement was harsh. The statement provided some information that it took people by surprise. But also at the same time, trying to acknowledge that there are potentially some inaccuracies and some things that are factually inaccurate. Again, this was a statement that, yes, I did approve. I had a conversation with the outside counsel, and through his leadership and his advice and recommendation to me as the city manager, I approved because his professional recommendations and his expertise through these 2 years in working hand in hand with the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office, he felt as though through his review that there were some inaccuracies and inconsistencies that it was important to contest, not to discredit the survivors in our community. It was mainly to defend the city's position in terms of facts related to the actual report that was before us towards the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office. This is a process that it just started. There's a long, long process here that's going to take time, that's going to involve us engaging with DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office. That process starts tomorrow. Not only with community, but the DOJ, U.S. Attorney's Office is meeting with our legal team to start that process of negotiation. And that is what this due process will entail, and our outside attorney is fulfilling that role in doing that, in defending the city of Worcester in terms of some of the inaccuracies that he strongly feels are in this report. However, I do acknowledge, and I want to publicly apologize to anyone who felt that the statement from our outside counsel was dismissed. I want to say that again. I apologize for anyone who felt that statement was dismissed. It is not the intent of my administration for anyone in this community to feel dismissed whenever they bring up issues. And that's important. And I know, and I have all the confidence in the chief of police and my administration that we will honor that and respect that, but at the same time, we acknowledge that we got work to do. We've been very vocal about that. We've been vocal about the things that we've been able to do and accomplish as a city in the last 2 years of my administration. Things that are historical. One example is the removal of the chiefs of police and deputies from civil service. That is a historical, transformative change for the city of Worcester that was done by this administration and this council body this year. That is huge, huge. And we're one of the largest communities in the state to do that. That is transformative change to try to change the systems within our municipal government and the police department. However, I cannot, as an administrator and also as a leader, that I have employees who spoke here tonight, I can also not discount their feelings, their emotions, their sentiments as employees who also want justice. We all want justice, and that's been the message here tonight, that we all want justice. And it's gonna take time, and it's gonna take our responsibility as an administration, the police department, to work with community and the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney's Office to seek that justice. The justice of finding who are the individuals and working. And I have, in conversations with our outside counsel and the police department, are open for a third-party investigation to come forward and investigate some of these matters so that we can take action. Whether it's, and confirm some of these findings that are within, or defend some of these things that are within this report. Again, it is my responsibility to listen to the council, listen to the community, but also validate my employees. It's three entities that takes a lot of work, but again, I take full responsibility as a city manager to do that, and I look forward to working with this body, with the community, and our police department on continuously improving the way we work, our policies, strengthening those policies, strengthening our systems, because since day one, I joined this administration, I've been talking about the importance of challenging the status quo, doing things differently, looking at business practice systemically. I've been talking about this since day one. And we've implemented and put forward a lot of those things. And the chief and I, in this year and few months that he's been in the role, he's been implementing some of that and working towards policy and training development. And we look forward to that because I know that the only way forward is to work collectively, not continue to fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Christian.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you for coming out tonight. Mr. Manager, I appreciate your comments, recognition of people who have been abused. And so I appreciate your comments on that, and sexual assault, and an apology for what we did. So thank you. I appreciate it. And when the DOJ began its investigation over 2 years ago, we anticipated that they would issue a report that we, as a city, we as a city council would need to respond to this report. Tonight, the community is looking to us for that response. Let it be acknowledged and serious accusations made in the report. I also think it is important to acknowledge those who have been impacted by this report and those who have been impacted by the findings. Our community deserves a response that is professional in nature, reflecting an experienced and deliberate elected city council body. Our community deserves compassion, acknowledging those who have been impacted. We deserve answers. Our community deserves that we seek clarifying information from DOJ in the form of backup documents, as well as detailed response from the city administration that reflects the leadership of the city manager and the Worcester Police Department Chief Sergeant. Tonight, in the form of motion, I ask the city administration to follow a thorough response to this council in regard to the DOJ report, no later, if practical, 30 days from today. I am mindful of the holidays approaching, some flexibility might be needed. I know you're going to have discussions with the DOJ, and maybe you can't do this, but I'd like to get something back so we go back on the community to discuss this. I further move that this response include 19 detailed sections, one for each of the 19 DOJ recommendations. Those responses should note if the city has already addressed a specific recommendation, I look forward to a thorough explanation of what we have done and its impact with any data to support these claims. If the city believes that a recommendation has merit, we'd like to know if the issue was one of policy, practice, or procedure, and how we plan to address it. If the city believes the recommendation is without merit, or simply a miscommunication between the city and DOJ, I'd like to have a detailed explanation for the basis of our beliefs. If the DOJ shares the identities of the officers who allegedly abused their power and took advantage of vulnerable population, specifically those alleged abuse people victimized by commercial sex trade and sex workers, I'd like to ensure that we have an adequate roadmap for holding these officers accountable, and the city will not tolerate the gross abuse of power. In an effort to ensure that communication to this community is transparent and accessible, I'd like to know if the DOJ has any further quantitative, qualitative data. Now, I know you meet with them, someone mentioned to come over another report. If that's the case, I'd like to get that report out. I'd also like to see for the feasibility of sharing the reports there to the city's was the dashboard if practical. When the administration reports within the 30-day window and posts response on the city website for public to view, it's my intention to dissect the report and its findings together. I community deserves a response that uses the collective talent of the entire council of this body. I'm proposing that we table this item. Instead, I'd like to request that we have a special meeting under Rule 5. We're going to have a special meeting that's just dedicated to this issue. Not like a city council meeting with the other 1,000 different issues that we did. This doesn't have to be like tomorrow. When we get more reports, we talk to the district council, we talk to the council, we can figure out a schedule on it. And so that way, we have meetings for the entire city council. That we just don't end off. I've been asked by some councils that we're going to be part of this. I think it's important that we proceed collaboratively in that effort. In closing, I have full faith in both our city manager and our chief of police. We have so many talented, dedicated men and women who serve as distinction at the Worcester Police Department, keep our city one of the safest in America. I want to mitigate the impact on the honest, kind, and hard-working members of the Worcester Police Department who do not exemplify the behavior indicated in the report. I also want to recognize those in the community working to ensure that folks stay informed as we work through the process. Hoping we can work collaboratively to find solutions, work to ensure that our law enforcement can continue to protect and serve safely. As already said publicly, the Healy report is concerning. No police department in this country is above mistakes, practice, or judgment. We need more information. I hope that my motion to provide that so we can work collaboratively to get through this together. This will be difficult. We're going to have difficult conversations and ongoing conversations. But I believe that we only be able to get through this together. We will not work well if we stay in our own silos. As a good legislative body of the city, it's our collective responsibility to get the answers for the people of this community. And I ask you to support my motion tonight to begin the process of crafting a response to this. Thank you.
What more do we need?
District 5 City Council Elijah.
Mr. Chair, just a quick clarifying question. Are we certainly support the motion to get as much information as possible? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your motion correctly. Is your motion to hold district-wide meetings regarding additional findings of the DOJ, or is it your motion to hold district-wide meetings to discuss what we already know so far?
So future meetings with future information. And we can have either way, we can talk about this. My intention is to get out to the community to listen, which we have tonight, but also when the manager provides additional information, to review that information and so on.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. When you say that the councilors have asked you this, I just want to make sure I didn't ask for this, so could you share what were the concerns of the councilors that asked you?
Well, this one's concern is that we're going to be part of the solution. And we want, the concern is that we all should be part of the solution, that we all should participate in public meetings.
I certainly support the notion that we should be all part of the solution, and hopefully the things that those of us who decide to speak tonight will speak to that. I am just going to reiterate my concern that I don't feel as the District 5 City Councilor that right now I would support going to community meetings because there's still a lot of unclarity. There's just a lot of fog around what the next steps are that hopefully the city manager will share. And so I would like to just make sure that you clarify that when we have a more clear picture of what the next steps are for us as a city, as a collective, that then at that point that we will take the steps to
Agreed.
certainly hold meetings for the residents.
Agreed.
Okay, thanks.
Jim, point of order, what item is before us?
We have all the items, we have the manager's report, we have, we'll take each individually, the item on the petitions.
Mr. Chairman, I thought we were speaking on 8.48, I asked for clarification.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
We got the petition.
We're on 8.48 right now.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, 8.40A, correct?
Correct.
I don't know.
Councilmember Dawson?
Mr. Chairman, I know that through you to the city manager, you spoke tonight about that you're meeting with the DOJ tomorrow. Are there subsequent meetings that are set up that you could share with us, or is the meeting right now one meeting that is for tomorrow?
Mr. Manager?
Please change to the council. It's only one meeting right now. We haven't set up scheduled meetings. They are coming in, or I don't know if it's virtual or they're coming in person, but the purpose of the meeting is to start the discussion. Our position will be fine, and we think that there's some inaccuracies and things that needs to be clarified. And so that is the process of meetings tomorrow, in discussing that and negotiating that.
Through the chair to the manager, so any additional meetings that you would be having, how would that communication come to the council? And then second question is, with the discussions that you're having with the DOJ, is that something that you can release to the council each time you have a meeting, or are we looking at you're going to wait and collectively give them? Just trying to get a handle on how is it that we as a council, at least for me, when is that information going to be shared with the council?
I will do my best to share as much information as I am permitted to based on one. The reasons I say that is because there are investigatory conversations and things that are happening based on some the information that DOJ has put forward, and so they're going to have some clarification.
What you can share with the council.
Yeah, based on what I can share with the council, I will definitely come back to the council to make sure that.
So when you say and I, just trying to get clarification. So when you say you'll come back to the council, you come back to the council in terms of when council meets, or would you be able to share what information you're able to share with the city council through
To the chair to the council, if it's information that can be provided to the public, I will do that through the council body. The mayor just stated the idea of potentially a special meeting, maybe that's the avenue that I can provide that information.
Thank you.
So this is the report then. So motion of Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to begin by saying tonight's proceedings, I am concerned that they have chilled folks women, people from coming forward when they've been harmed, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the hotline that was established, but that's simply not enough. Systemic change we must have, Mr. Chairman. Well, I can appreciate rooting out individuals who have perpetrated acts upon the people and upon the bodies of people. I want to be very clear. Legal pursuit is a must minimum standard. It is a must minimum standard. Sure. There's a number of folks, a number of officers that serve the right way. There's a number of officers that have given the ultimate sacrifice. We've heard folks tonight, we've heard loved ones, we had children, wives, testifying on behalf of their personal law enforcement officer. And the impact that this has had. The women that have come forward in the midst of institutional presence, influence, and power to speak their truth is extremely impactful. And I speak on respect. We know that officers must protect the integrity of the badge. This council must protect that integrity of the badge. The administration, the mayor, the people, the public, and our officers. That too is important. That doesn't paralyze us or prevent us from moving forward in the work of accountability. It does not. It should not paralyze us from focusing on systemic change. It should not require us to have the highest standards procedurally, operationally, in the police department. We know that this report was not just based on fiction. They talked to the police department, members here, they talked to, they spoken to, Mr. Chairman. We know that they culled information from police reports. It's referenced in there. I'm a social worker. Reports that they culled showed that there was excessive force with regards to folks who were suicidal, who were in the process of being sectioned, hospitalized, Mr. Chairman. There's questions of accountability. I'd like to make a motion that we have a performance audit through our auditor, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps using the folks that we usually contract with, performance audit based on this report, since we're fact-finding. Performance audit relative to body camera footage and the reconciliation of disparity in reports and whether or not oversight occurred and if there was any subsequent disciplinary action, Mr. Chairman. That would be my motion. Through the chair to the administration, I appreciate the responsibility and accountability. I disagree with regards to the statement that was made by the contracted attorney. That too has had a chilling impact on our community. Through the chair to the administration, prior to that report, that statement being released, is there any elected official that you shared that document with through the chair?
You're talking about the actual statements?
the draft, the statement, however you want to term it, the language contained within the idea, however, whatever it is. Is there any elected official you had conversations with in regards to this particular statement and the engagement with the attorney prior to the release on Monday morning through the chair?
To the chair, to the council, this statement was reviewed by our internal legal team, the outside counsel, myself, and the mayor.
And at any time did the mayor that you referenced object to the release of that statement, through the chair, to the administration?
Through chair, I think that there was a lot of conversation between all of us in terms of providing feedback on the actual draft. And ultimately, the decision at the end is my decision to make.
I'm going to ask you again through the chair. Was there any objection
Yes.
from the mayor to releasing the statement that was released?
Through the chair, to the council, no, there was no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a number of things at play here. We've had race dialogues over a decade ago. We've had an equity audit that's been brought forward. There's a lot of overlay and repetition with regards to these concerns, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the mayor's leadership on this tonight. We have to have that in a sustaining way. I've stood here advocating for close to a decade for civilian oversight. And there's a contingent on this council that has repeatedly voted in opposition to additional transparency and oversight. I hope folks are going to take another look at that. There are many officers, thank you. There are many officers who serve, again, with honor and integrity. And those officers know the officers who do not. They know the officers who do not, Mr. Chairman. And I'm hoping that there's continued engagement with those folks that were here. I'm not optimistic. What happened tonight is not a step in the right direction. To roll up their sleeves and get to work with reform. We need our acting police chief here to step up and not just defend the officers. I have no problem doing that. I'll take the pledge you're supposed to take, okay? Great police department, one of the best, okay? That's what we have to say. I respect the police department, okay? There needs to be change. It has to be impactful, it has to be consistent, and it has to be unequivocated. Mr. Chairman, we had testimony tonight from sworn law enforcement regarding baselessness, discrediting this, and saying we need more information. Sure, more information leads to a potential culture shift in that department. More information, absolutely, of course, but not to the detriment of the women that have come forth, not to the detriment of those suffering from mental health, not from the detriment of the disproportionate impact that we've had on the Black and brown community, Mr. Chairman. The report is very clear. It does not say that the Worcester Police Department is racist. It doesn't say that. It says, for example, 94% of Hispanic folks are arrested for low-level offenses, more likely to be arrested for low offenses. 63% of Black folks are more likely to be arrested for low-level offenses. But it does not say that in and of itself is racist. It says it needs more information and more stuff. It's okay to say both. Two things can be true at the same time. That we have concerns that must be addressed, Mr. Chairman. We really do. Supervision, accountability. Sure, I'd like to make a second motion, Mr. Chairman, that the immediate action steps that will be applied, that there's timelines associated with them. You know, there's some things that the Department of Justice did recognize that the Worcester Public Police are doing correctly. They did. I'd like timeframes on those so the city can see what has been done, Mr. Chairman. But tonight, could push things a little further back. I've been on the record stating that Acting Chief Saucier has been responsive in my experience, 1,000%. 1,000%. However, the public statement that was made fell short. Leadership in the city has been insufficient in these few days. Insufficient. To let that go out ahead of everything. I don't care what the recommendations were. We as councilors had no idea. We had two leaders that did. Mr. Chairman, when this matter comes before us, when we get to it, I will have an amendment to the Brotherhood of Local Officials and New England Benevolent Association 911-504's petition. I support holding this. I do not support, Mr. Chairman, doing the same old, same old. We know that our neighborhood groups and our districts are not comprised of people who represent this city. We have on our website, if the manager execute what was requested by this council, what those groups look like. And they do not represent the city. And repeating that is a mistake. I support having this, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I will wrap up. The last thing I will say is this. What some people don't know, Mr. Chairman, is that I do have law enforcement roots in my family. My brother was a city solicitor representing police officers for 9 years in the city of Philadelphia. I lean on him. I spoke to him. Never in close to a decade has he ever had to represent an officer who thought it was okay to put their hands on women. Ever. And if that happened, they would have been disciplined up to and including termination, Mr. Chairman. Our union needs to come to the table. There's collective bargaining that needs to happen. We must have language in our collective bargaining. It's initiated by this administration that speaks to false statement during the course of duties. It must. When you look at some of these things that have been in the media, and these folks are still walking around, our job as a council isn't to tell the manager what to do. Our job as a council is to evaluate if his response to those matters are appropriate and sufficient. We need a rubric to do that as well, Mr. Chairman. I support holding this, and I look forward to continued discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm severely disappointed by the lawyer we hired to represent us, as noted by the city manager, as he was dismissive of the DOJ findings and disregarded the people who spoke up, especially those courageous enough to share their experience to governmental institutions that historically did not serve nor protect them, especially involving power dynamics involving police officers. Mr. Manager, I am even more disappointed in you for having an active hand in approving it, and now learning that our own mayor is actively involved in it too. I'm also disappointed in you, Mayor Petty. You either believe and support survivors or you don't. You either want to lead and want police accountability, or you intentionally and actively support the patterns of excessive force used on Black and Latino folks, the escalated use of violence on people with disabilities during crisis moments, and the sexual assaulting of sex workers / prostituted women. There is no playing both sides here, and I am severely disappointed in the both of you as leadership in Worcester. And I have a few questions to ask. Through the chair to the manager, why are you refusing to give the Human Rights Commission data? It's been over half a year, and in your statement you mentioned working with them, and yet yesterday you, after six months they have not gotten the data they requested, and yesterday you are taking away the transparency of their agenda and minutes on the city's website. Can you clarify this choice that counters your statement of working along with them?
Through the chair to the council, I'm going to try to take all the questions that you just related to. With regards to the Human Rights Commission, I've been, since day one, I've not told or said we will not provide X, Y, and Z. There has been my reports and even statements that are provided to them. I've asked them to, since the beginning, whether it was a year ago or a year and a half ago, I asked them to focus their efforts on issues that at that time were pertinent, related to housing, related to investigatory process. We had created a new Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and our investigation team that the city's had for 2, if not 3 years, there was no process for community to engage with them. That's why we've announced the hotline and the process that people can now call and access the investigations team by providing any civil discriminatory complaints to them for any employee. This is something that I had asked the Human Rights to focus on, and there was a statement that I provided to them. And however, they wanted to focus on policing. There was a number of issues, reports that they had requested. We provided that. We made it publicly available. The other reports that they were asking us were reports related to cases within the department. These are the reports. It's thousands of pages that we've provided to the DOJ for the DOJ to use as part of this process. I've asked them that not to put their efforts into that, but to put their efforts in what I've asked them to do previously, because the DOJ was doing this work. Now that the DOJ has finalized the work, now it's an opportunity for them, and which I want since the beginning, and to enhance their powers, their authority to work with the administration and others to do the work of the DOJ, but also help and support on policy review, which they have done. They have worked with the chief since he took the office of providing feedback to some of the policies and reviewing that as well. The chief has been very welcoming to come to the meetings with his staff, etc., to have those conversations. The reports, again, that they're asking that I have not submitted to it's thousands of pages that at this time I'm evaluating the capacity of the Human Rights Commission to look through 1,000 pages of case reports, and also the capacity of our legal team to be able to redact all of that information when we have a DOJ report that did exactly that and provided some findings related to it. That's something that I'm evaluating, and that's something that, again, I will be making its determinations.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I asked you to share the data with them a while back, like 6 months ago. And I think, one, it is important that you keep saying to me, especially during our meetings, that you feel like they are working with you, and yet, from my understanding, there's a clear barrier, and so that if they don't feel like they are getting the data from you, and they don't feel like you are working hand in hand, I feel like a statement in which you're saying you're working with them feels very contradictory. And so once again, I would ask you to continue to work with them, and I will motion for you to keep the Human Rights Commission going and provide transparency in the work that they are doing online and accessible to the public, and to not take down their minutes and their agendas. And I also think you need to honor their priorities. Their priorities is not to focus on things like unhoused folks in the library. They have been very active on wanting to investigate the things that are happening in our Worcester Police Department, which is also in line with our public, as you can see today. And so I'm asking you to continue to let them do their work and not be a barrier, because you being a barrier for them is also, once again, creating this clog of a barrier for our community. And I want to thank you for mentioning that we also provided data to the DOJ. Could you clarify that we provided data to the DOJ?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, as part of the DOJ investigation, they requested and had access to all the data related to the police department, policies, etc., to be able to come up with these findings and conclusions.
Thank you. So these conclusions that are constantly being considered, oh, it came out from the sky, it is not. We also gave them data, and our folks from our community also gave testimonies. And so those two combined is the findings of our DOJ. So I'm tired of hearing things like, oh, this is just made up anonymous testimonies. They are not. They're literally body cams from our own data. And so we have the data. We have the data to do our own investigation. From what I am hearing is that we are preventing our Human Rights Commission to actually do the work. Correct or not? Can you clarify? We have the right and ability to investigate our own Worcester Police Department.
Through the chair to the council, the Human Rights Commission does not have the authority to investigate the police departments. They have a right to investigate individual complaints, but they cannot investigate any department, municipal department.
So if I did a complaint today, they would have the right to investigate that. If each person who wants to ask for an investigation and complain, they would be able to. Is that what you're saying to me?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council. Through the chair to the council. Part of the investigation, part of the authority that the Human Rights Commission has, which they have superior power authority in the ordinance, is investigative matters related to individual complaints, whether it's a complaint on civil discriminatory issues, whether it's a city employee, or a civil discriminatory issue related to, for example, a landlord and a tenant relationship. And those things, individuals can submit those complaints to the Human Rights Commission, and the Human Rights Commission, through the investigations team that they now have, which they didn't have before, are able to either investigate or utilize MCAD, the state entity, to investigate these matters.
Your second 5.
Thank you. And so my question to the council and to the public and to the police and all that is, how much detail do we really need? We have the pastor on video being tased by the police officer, which aligns with the DOJ report. And yet we want to keep pretending like these findings are coming from nowhere. And once again, our community members know too well that this happens in our city in different variations. Sexual assault on women happen in different variations. Being tased by the police happen on different variations. Police brutality, excessive force by two Black and Latina folks happens to people in our community in different variations. And that's why this is not shocking to anyone. And if it is shocking to you, like the people said, follow up. This is what's happening. Catch up, all right? And so I just want to say that we have the right to rectify this. And I also want to say that I am concerned because when I was at the Black Families Together meeting for the racial equity audit, I was there with the manager, the mayor, and the interim chief. And the interim chief kept saying how trainings and policies don't work in reality when officers are on the ground and needing to make an arrest. This shows the mentality that we need a commitment of mentality to change. It is not just about trainings. Multiple community members pushed back on our chief interim Saucier. Even myself, I pushed him back on it. And he said to me, why don't you come to the training? I am not a police officer. Police officers should be able to be trained to not tase, to not use excessive force, and to not assault our community members. So I will end with that to say that it is your task, Mr. Manager, to make these shifts real in the mentality of your police department and in material changes to our community. That is your task, and anything less is not tolerable. Thank you.
Through the chair to the council, I just want to go back to the question related to the minutes, the agendas and minutes related to the Human Rights Commission. By law, we have to post agendas and minutes for everybody. situation. What's being requested here is not about us not allowing to post minutes and agendas. We have to do that by law, by open meeting laws, we have to do it. What's being requested here is that as part of the agenda, there is a request that we submit all the backup information related to the agenda. And that is where we're, have stated that typically that falls within the minutes. Anything provided, any documentation that's provided in the meeting, during the meeting, is included with the minutes, and then is provided as part of that process. And so our equity officer will be looking into working with all of our boards and commissions to see what that current process is, what does it look like, and if there's any opportunity for us to consider other options. But currently, that is the process in which we were articulating, or were hoping to articulate last night, that it seems that folks need some clarification on that.
Okay. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I think, I don't think I'd be doing my job if I didn't talk a little bit about my reaction to this report. And my reaction to the report was, when I first saw it in the press, was that heads need to roll. People need to be fired. And it was, that was the first thing that came to my mind. I'm not looking for applause, please don't get it. But that's something that, the conversation that I had with the administration, that I've had with my colleagues that have talked to me about it, and I'll say it again. And the comments that I'm hearing from the community, and from the officers, is that they feel the same way, that heads should roll. That if there are officers there that have done these bad acts, that they should be fired. I think one of the comments that the chief made publicly was along the same terms, and I was happy to see that. Mr. Chairman, but I, for one, I was sitting at home watching TV, and I see the, comes on the screen, on the TV screen, City of Worcester's response to the DOJ, and it was the statement from the attorney that I never met. And I got on my city issued cell phone, and I sent an email to Amy Peterson, to the city manager. I asked her to see that whole report, that whole statement that was put out on behalf of me as a city councilor, on behalf of this whole city government. And I asked to see that. And I received a response from Ms. Peterson saying it came from the lawyer, and that was it. We've got this big pressure office that always is doing a good job on getting information out. And that information should have been out ahead of time to the councils. It should have been at least vetted somehow, if not at least giving us a heads up that that was the intent of this administration to come out with that. And for me as a city councilor, to be denied that actual, just that press release that I asked for is not right. It's just not right. Mr. Chairman, I just wonder where we're going from here. And I think with your leadership and your comments that you made tonight about having it be the whole council that's involved in this process is the right way to go. It's a suggestion that you made. I didn't quite get what you were talking about when you were talking about districts, though. Because I really don't think this is the kind of a thing that we need to bring from district to district and to have compensation. I think this conversation needs to be on this council floor, similar to what we do with Finance Committee. We've heard from the public tonight. We've heard from some of our employees tonight. Now it's time for the city council to roll up our sleeves and ask questions and to deal with it like we do in the subcommittee, like we do in the Finance Committee, and for all of us to be involved. Because it's that important. It's that important for all of us to be involved. So I support your recommendation to do that. I just wanted to clarify that. I presume when you said talk to the district councils about conflict of time, were you referring it should be brought from district to district? Maybe I misunderstood.
No, if it's warranted, yes, but we start right here in the city council.
I think that's.
I'd rather not do the districts, but if the district councils ask for it.
I need to support their work. We have all hands on deck. All hands on deck on this, and the hands of this, the elected leadership to this. And I'm willing to support your motion to do that, and I look forward to that action. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have, Council King, my motions collectively. The time is up, Councilor.
I'd like to speak on the motion that was filed. I signed up on that motion, Councilor. Two again filed a couple of motions. I haven't spoken on those.
What's the motions that Councilor Floyd? Oh, about the rights?
Yes.
Okay, so that we got a couple minutes.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to support that motion. And if it could just be clarified to the clerk exactly what that motion is, so I can know if the I support the first one, what's the second one was, so that I can figure out if I'm opposed to it or not.
To the chair, to the council, and Council Leahy, you can jump in if I get this correctly. But the purpose of Council Leahy's motion was to redirect the manager to work again with the Human Rights Commission and provide for information that the Human Rights Commission has requested of the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On those two things, I wanted to make this statement. I want to reiterate what I said some time ago, and one of the first acts of this administration was to sunset Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee, Mr. Chairman, after they suspended their work under Manager Augustus due to lack of communication and due to the termination, or sorry, the voluntary separation of the then Diversity and Equity Officer, or whatever the name was at the time. I would like to make a motion subsequent to that, that the city manager revisit that. I had asked at the time that there be nimbleness and flexibility. And the reason I said that way back when has come home tonight from the discussion here from the manager's own statements about capacity of the Human Rights Commission. At the time, the Human Rights Commission was inundated with work. And then we added the responsibilities and oversight of the matters pertaining to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee that also, in part, was about the workforce. And I would ask that the city manager consider, by way of a motion, decoupling or returning to that formation of the resuming a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee so that the Human Rights Commission can do their work, Mr. Chairman. That is my motion on that. It's extremely important. I know that when we talk about communication, it's important that in those meetings of Human Rights Commission, it was the Board of Health. One of the things that doesn't happen, I have orders on later in this regard, is that the city isn't always appraised because the information goes to the manager. And I'm looking forward to gathering additional information regarding reports of that commission and others and what their recommendations have been and to what degree we followed up on them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So take those motions collectively. Roll call.
Mr. Member, also tabling 848. Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Florio?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Leahy?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Schumy?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Go back to the petitions. The first one is up to 7W. This is Luke Cipro, Anthony Petroni, Thomas Duffy, on behalf of the National Brotherhood, and the police official local 504, New England Police Benevolent Association request that the City Council request the Department of Justice Police to present a public forum with a full investigatory report pursuant to what the DOJ states as credible allegations of criminal sexual misconduct allegedly committed by members of the Worcester Police Department. Further, request the City Council, request the City Manager, request the Department of Justice to approve the dates, times, and names of all individuals alleged to have committed the stated misconduct and/or potential criminal activity. Councilor Pasillo, can you raise your hand? What's that?
Mr. Chairman, again, I'm very concerned about what I witnessed tonight from trained law enforcement who's focused, based on their testimony, leadership of unionized folks, about evidence. We all know that there will be additional information coming. It's been testified to by the manager. He's been working with Acting Chief Saucier. So there's more to come. This response, Mr. Chairman, was arresting judgment. To call this a baseless report, although it's a summary, to say that there's no facts is a concern. I can tell you I have spoken with law enforcement. I know people who were here. I know people who applauded. I know them for years, Mr. Chairman. And what I hear people say is that there's no truth to this audit. I'm sorry, to this report from the Federal Department of Justice. There's no truth. They bring up Trump. They bring up elections. There's no truth to this whatsoever, but yet they haven't seen the facts yet. I trust the process, Mr. Chairman. I trust the process. I've been told nothing in there is true by law enforcement. We've heard that from just about a number of testimonies tonight. That's concerning. That's a culture indicator. Mr. Chairman, we've heard tonight we provided data, we provided reports, we provided statistics, so much so that it was overwhelming for the Department of Justice. I filed items over a number of years regarding improving our data collection. What happens when we stop folks? What happens when we stop folks and nothing happens? And it's, what have you? How do we track that? We know in America. Mr. Chairman, I will make an amendment to this particular position, and I'm going to hold it. The amendment to this petition, Mr. Chairman, we know that if there's officers named, that will be provided to the city. We also know the importance of protecting women who have been harmed, and we can do both. My amendment to this particular petition, Mr. Chairman, which asks for names of individuals alleged to have committed misconduct and or potential criminal, I'm not sure because I can't read the rest. That we amend this, Mr. Chairman, to state that under no circumstances will we do anything to violate the confidentiality of women who reported their experience, Mr. Chairman. I'm the father of 3 girls, aged 30, 18, and 3. And young people are watching. Brothers, sisters, cousins, aunties, uncles, everybody's watching. And to be considered that your disclosure of what you have experienced to be a sexual assault is going to be exposed without your permission after the government has committed to maintain that confidentiality is un-American, Mr. Chairman. I'll be holding this item on personal privilege. I welcome all of the folks that were here tonight who left early to come back and oppose that amendment if they see fit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The amendment in the item.
Point of clarification, if this item is held under privilege, does this mean that we can't speak on it at the moment? We can.
Yeah, it's under open period. We spoke on it, yes. You can speak on it,
Okay, yeah, I'd like to very briefly speak on it before we go.
right? Go ahead.
Just real quickly, I support Councilor King's motion. I do have to say that fundamentally, I am not comfortable at all having this petition voted on the principle that it starts from a basis of discrediting, and I'm going to speak more on this when it comes to the petitions, but it starts on the basis of discrediting not only the allegations and the stories of the women, but discrediting the entire premise of this report. I heard loud and clear on the radio and tonight from the comments of the police union that they do not intend to work to implement the process of even us going towards a consent decree. So what that tells me is that these folks are coming to this community, this audience tonight, not in good faith. And so on the basis of that, on the basis of having credible allegations put in quotations, I'm sorry, but the women in our community are not quotations. They're not an afterthought. So for that reason, I am very uncomfortable and I'm going to vote no. And on principle, I do support Councilor King's motion to do absolutely anything and everything in our power to protect the identity and to protect the women and those who happen to vote. Yeah, and I will speak about that in my comments next.
Yes, I'll be brief on this since it is being held. I would also like to just amend it to say people who are victimized in this, just because we do not know if it's just women, so I would just like to be on the safe side. And I also just want to add that, this is a tactic. This is like a very standard tactic of abusers to really intimidate and force people to be exposed and weaponize sexual violence, and to linger and control the narrative and to keep holding what desperate control that they can do. And it's so abusive and disgusting to me, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, the next item.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. After conversation with the clerk, if you could just clarify what has to happen with the petition and my amendment, whether I can hold it or not, so that folks know what's going on.
Through the chair to the council, so my understanding is because it's not the order that was filed by the council, the petition brought by a resident, you have to accept an amendment first. And then you can ask to hold it, or you can hold it, this petition, and then make a motion separate with what you just asked.
Mr. Chairman, I'll hold the petition, and I will make a separate motion, as I stated. If that makes it easier.
Council?
I'm going to hold, my motion will vote on, unless someone holds it.
So the item being held is 7W under privilege. Councilor King has been amendment for, so that's going to vote on.
Mr. Chairman, can we get the detail on that amendment? Because I really don't understand. I don't understand the specific verbiage. So before we vote on it, I'd like to see the verbiage. I will stand and agree with the council that we shouldn't be exposing any victims. And that should be a priority. But other than that general statement, I'd like to see the verbiage before we vote.
Is that the exact language, or do you want to hold that for the next?
Let's hold it to the right one.
Okay. So Councilor Russell's the amendment. Okay, so new privilege. Okay. Next item up is X. Because of public quality, the main comments made to the Telegram Gazette about the Department of Justice investigation. Mr. Manager.
Can you read that again, please?
Request of public policy made regarding comments made in the Telegram Gazette about the Department of Justice investigation.
Motion to file, Mr. Chairman. I think that was done.
Roll call.
Councilman Fawcett on the next. Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Mian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, the next one already. Next is 7Z. Request project Christmas, requesting council resident to issue public acknowledgement, condemnation, and apology for sexual abuse of possible women by the police command officers as detailed in the Department of Justice report. Councilor Javier.
So, I'm adding this new line, because to be frank with you, I was really puzzled by the power, sorry, I was really puzzled by the power disbalance displayed, in the chambers tonight. So let me start with making something very explicit and clear in response to some of the comments that the union officials made. In case you haven't noticed, thus far, my agenda is justice, accountability, and transparency. That's what I said before getting elected, that is what I've said while governing, and that is what I say until the last day that I am elected. So let me just start by saying thank you to Project Priceless. Survivors who have come forward, and those who have done the work in the community for a very long time. I just want to be very clear to those of you who are here, to those of you who spoke, to those of you who are listening. Your humanity and your truth matters. Your humanity and your truth matters. I believe you. And I thank also those of you who have personally reached out to me since I made very public statements about the deep disappointment in all the statements that came out from the city government. And by the way, I don't care if this gets me in trouble, it is very telling to me that all those statements were made by men.
Exactly.
We got it! People who have reached out to me, I should specify women, who have personally reached out to me in the last few days and have trusted me with their stories and their pain. Those women, to those of you who are listening, you know who you are. I will protect you with my life if I have to. You have shared with me the fear of coming forward, of not being believed, and the repercussions of reporting your experiences. And Mr. Chair, and Mr. City Manager, and Interim Chief Saucier, I was terrified tonight as a woman. Violence before, I was terrified. And if I was a sexual assault victim, there was no absolute way that I would have come forward. So to those of you who spoke tonight, thank you. Understand the risk that women, whether they are trafficked, prostituted, here, or in any other settings, take when they come forward. Let me talk about what this report tells me. First of all, I was sickened when I read it. I had to put it down, I had to read it again, I had to put it down, I had to read it again, I had to call friends, I had to call women. I was sickened. When I read it and reread it and reread it, I thought about all what I just said before. I thought about Nikki Bell. How dare they call her disgraceful? How dare they call her disgraceful? How dare they call her a nuisance, an anecdote? How dare they? She is one of the leading national experts on women exploiting in the sex trade, a survivor, a mother, and a proud District 5 resident. I thought about the burden that she has carried with and on behalf of survivors. I thought about how she is the reason we had a women's shelter for exploited women during the pandemic, something that I personally worked on. Because she and her team knew that women experiencing homelessness weren't safe anywhere. Also though, this report isn't just about exploited women. It's about Black and brown leaders in our community who have asked for decades for police reform, accountability, transparency, and constitutionality. In 2015, many leaders of the Worcester community, from Black and brown communities, issued a report from the Communities United Collective. I believe that was shared with you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that was shared with the former city manager. And one of the recommendations of the police reform included the following: improve community and police relations predicated on 3 principles: accountability, constitutionality, and transparency. That is the agenda that I have. That is the agenda that every city council member should have. That is the agenda the city manager should have. And that is the agenda that the interim chief of police should have. This DOJ report isn't about one woman or a singular story. It is about a tapestry of stories, patterns, and behaviors previous administrations and chiefs of police have heard before. And yes, the statement by the interim chief of police was not good in my view. I want to have faith in you, interim chief, I really do. Because we depend on you to get buy-in from your employees.
Oh, it's right there.
This has been, Mr. Chair, decades-long testimonies of community concerns that are reflected in the pages of this report. It's been about someone in power who feel comfortable adopting a your body, my choice behavior towards women. It's about Black and brown members of our community who have begged for change to be heard and taken seriously. I would like to remind the public and the city council that just in the past 7 years, before this city manager was appointed, under previous administrations, we have had race dialogues, recommendations submitted to the previous administration by the collective of Black and brown leaders that I just mentioned, testimonies in front of the Human Rights Commission, 3 chief diversity officers, and now a DOJ report and a racial equity report. And so while it may be true that it's just a handful of men in the police force that have abused women, and they do need to be held accountable for actions without the victims who came forward being harmed, let's be explicit. Accountability and justice does not begin and end with just placing cuffs on them. Accountability begins with admitting, investigating, and committing to completely transforming policies, attitudes, and practices, and whatever culture of silence and acceptance that has injured our residents. It's about building what you, Mr. Manager, and what you, Mr. Chief, and the Human Rights Commission have already started. I think we're at a point of transformation right now. We're at the precipice of what could be a truly transformative path forward. I want to be part of that. I would like you to be part of that. I would like the chief of police to be part of that. I would like the community to be part of that. A future for me that trusts, I'm asking for suspension of the rules.
No, just 5 more minutes.
A future that trusts survivors, repair the harm done in real, tangible way. The committing to a women's shelter should have been negotiable. And I have faith in you, City Manager, that you will make that happen. I have faith in you, I have faith in you, I have faith in you, and I will be with you every step of the way until that happens. My vision for the future in conclusion includes 3 main priorities. Implement reforms that center survivors, Black and brown communities, and people with disabilities. Do not allow anyone to get in the way of us doing that. Report to the community and council progress made, support the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission, maintain continuity of their existing members. They have built a good relationship with the chief. I think it's imperative that the institutional knowledge, relationship, and the work they have done so far continue uninterrupted. I would also like to mention Chief Saucier has implemented a policy review committee. I support that fully. I think we need to understand more, and I think, and I hope, as we spoke today, Mr. Manager, that that policy review committee will also work in tandem with the Human Rights Commission. And finally, even though I know some members of this council might have disagreements, might not believe in this next step, I do want to say that you, Mr. Manager, have heard from the community over and over again that the establishment of a civilian review board with a community process involved is imperative. It's imperative. It's not about punishing the police department. It's about bringing them to the table. It's about forming a community collaborative that truly moves us forward in the path of justice and accountability. Lastly, I'm just going to add this last piece. I think it's okay. It's totally okay for us to sit with discomfort. It's okay for all of us to sit with the discomfort that transformative change brings with it. It will take time, community. It will take time, and it will take a lot of work and repairing the trust and building of relationships for us to get there. But, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, community members, members of the City Council, Interim Chief Saucier, we owe it to our residents, to our survivors, to our Black and brown communities, and our young people to build a community where all feel safe, and not a single person in this community feels disposable. I'm ready to work with you.
Take notes, Patty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the experience of folks in the life, sex workers, is it's varied. The one thing we do know is that it's men who primarily purchase those services, Mr. Chairman.
Exactly.
This will not stop until men stop.
Exactly.
This will not stop until men stop. I like to make a motion, but I appreciate identifying funds for a building. I'll support 7AA, but I also like to make a motion that this council resolves to support and to see the establishment of a homeless shelter dedicated to women, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate again the fact that we're going to be coming together as a body to participate in this, because we have a public safety committee, Mr. Chairman, that's impotent. And that chairmanship is at the discretion of the mayor for probably over a decade. Let's be part of the solution together. Mr. Chairman, the one thing I do know is that when folks came before us tonight, again, I'm so concerned about the narrative and what's the reality and experience of law enforcement here in the city. That they sat here tonight and asked us as an elected body to oppose any sort of memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreement, or consent decree with the federal government. That, Mr. Chairman, in the face of their own assertions that they don't have enough information, that's hypocritical on its face. Mr. Chairman, heads rolling, not enough, fall short. Again, putting folks in cuffs, great, fall short. There's systemic changes in civilian oversight that is required here. Mr. Chairman, how does that culture change? Well, it begins with supporting things like Project Priceless Ask. It begins by the motion that I'm going to make to ask the city manager to work with the leadership, the union leadership, the acting chief and his administration, to
towards educating and informing all of the law enforcement that came here tonight regarding the facts that were shared with the federal government, each and every one. Because that department is dismissing this, their leadership is dismissing this, and the union's not supporting the reform, doesn't matter what you or the chief does. The rank and file. They must know the facts. And when there's errors, they should know that too. But it's very clear, based on that testimony, there's no truth to this, it's baseless. She's been involved with giving out reports, data, the manager, the mayor, they all know. I'm not confident there'll be no change without that buy-in, zero. And I'm asking that you work to provide a thorough review of the summary, because they can't wait, and the facts that were provided that led to that. I don't know how you're gonna do it. I don't know if it's that roll call. I don't know what it is. Needs to be done immediately, because those folks walked out of here uninformed. There's nothing to, how can we say there's no room for change? How? We have all sorts of concerns regarding a whole host of things. Whole host of things, Mr. Chairman. We've got to lift the veil. An impotent committee, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's unfair, so.
An impotent committee. Come to the floor. You're going to speak, come to the floor. Follow the rules.
I don't have to.
Follow the rules.
You don't
Follow the rules.
Oh my God. Do you know how to do your job? Follow
I've been there for a decade, Mr. Chairman. A decade. I know well enough. I know well enough that if not intention, there's no change.
Amen.
There's no change. That's my motion that I made, Mr. Chairman.
There's an awful lot of information there and some allegations that were personal as well that I'd like to address. And I think this should be just
So you're holding this motion? So I take Z and double A.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman followed by Councilor Gill.
Wait, so this one first?
Councilor Dwayne.
Thank you. So first I want to say thank you as well as the community for holding us all accountable here on the council floor to work towards ending the harm of WPD and to hold them accountable for the harm that they've caused. I want to acknowledge that, there's so many folks who are triggered, and that's just really heartbreaking. And what else is clear is that we're not a safe space. We're not a safe space because at the end of the day, these discoveries are not new discoveries, but are the realities of so many people. And it's disgusting that we are allowing this to play both sides right now. We are clearly not a safe space for people. When, as someone who's done work with domestic and sexual violence survivors, it's so important to believe them. And we failed miserably, just that basic human decency of believing in people. So I want to state that very clear, that we are not a safe space, and that I'm gonna swear it, we fucked up. We fucked up.
Yeah.
And we need to condemn the act. What? and vulnerable sex workers and women who are being prostituted, who are clearly suffering and harmed by the patterns and practices of WPD. And for the public, you know, the historical context of these findings is that it's not new. It's been known for over 5 years. It was brought back up in 2019 before I was elected, with previous counselors, officials, our former human rights director, our current health and human service director, you know, the mayor, you were the mayor during that time too. There's so many people who knew about this. And so for us to act brand new is just a disservice and dishonest, to be quite honest about this. It is so dishonest because we know the administration knew about this.
Exactly.
And so to straight up say we don't believe when we knew, for me it's just disingenuous. And we need to rectify this matter. And we need real systemic and material changes for the people in Worcester and those directly impacted. This did not come out of nowhere, like I said before. It's time that we, the people of Worcester, rise in solidarity to affirm that we believe you. We believe Nikki Bell. We believe victims and survivors of sexual assault. We believe sex workers and prostituted women. We cannot stand by and continue to allow these patterns and actions to continue without any accountability from our city and WPD. And so through the chair to the city manager, are you committed to ensuring that we meet the demands of the petition set forth by Project Priceless, such as committing to a building for a permanent long-term women's shelter and funding for harm reduction programming, rehabilitation, and support the women who came forward?
Exactly.
Through the chair to the councilor, one of the things that my administration has been working on for since I've gone on is to find ways in which we can expand homeless shelters in the city. We try to do overflow shelters. This is the third year that we've done that.
They're not doing that.
We've provided some funding for the resource center. We are working with community partners to try to identify providers that can step up to try to take this on.
Project Priceless.
I am willing to meet and have conversations with Project Priceless, as I have with Nikki Bell as well, to try to identify ways in which we can find resources for women's shelter. We not only have a need for women's shelter, we have a need for senior shelters as well, LGBTQ, and even youth. So there is a significant need in different spaces, and so these are all the conversations that we're having to try to figure out solutions.
Through the chair, I wanted to hear you're committed, not just that you are willing. I want to hear a commitment that you will do this.
Oh, she's mad. Good for her, she don't say anything.
If that's what you want to hear, then that's what it is. I am committed, as I've proven through my 2 years in my administration, to working with the community to find ways that we can find more opportunities for the in-house.
We've never heard from you.
I want to be specific through the chair. Are you committed to ensuring that we meet the demands of the petition set forth by Project Priceless, such as committing a building for a permanent long-term women's shelter and funding for harm reduction programming, rehabilitation, and support for the women? That's the whole thing.
Due to the council, I think here is not a platform to start debating back and forth. I've already committed that I'm willing to work with the organization and members of the community on identifying spaces that are important for women, and have already begun that process.
So I would like to see that happen soon, and I would like to uphold 9A. I would hate to see the reality that our council does agree to renew your contract. A month, and tell the public that this will not happen. And I hear your commitment, and so I hear that these two things must happen. It cannot just be your contract being renewed with all this financial benefit and nothing to the women who came forward.
Thank you, Mayor. There's been a lot tonight, obviously, and obviously, reading that report. Honestly, I was really disturbed. To be honest, really disgusting to see, to read. But in speaking on a few things, just quickly, through the chair, to administration, this report due back is a 90-day report, is that correct? Do we know when that is?
To the chair, to the council, what we've received in communication from the DOJ does not indicate 90 days of additional reports. Again, that is left to the process to continue. Is there a possibility it could happen? They have not communicated that they definitely will be submitting a different report, other than what they provided to us.
Okay, so just to get a better understanding, because I know we're definitely going to be dealing with this for quite some time. We're trying to get more factual information. Do we know when that will take place? Is that in the next week or two? I think it'll be tomorrow, but just to get a better understanding.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, that would be part of the discussion with the DOJ. It's up to the DOJ to provide any factual information that they would have that proves some of these findings. And that will be part of the process in which we will engage.
No, I went to school.
So on 788, as the chair of public health, I think it's important to take that to public health. I really want to be able to work with Ms. Riles and Project Priceless to at least begin the conversations, right? Provide a shelter. I know that's going to take some time and a lot of effort. But in the meantime, what can we do in our community to be able to provide critical resources that we're asking for arm reduction and peer support? So I look forward to taking that on the committee. But I really want to address Councilor Skeen's statement regarding public safety. I understand his frustration. Obviously, you've been at this much longer than I have been, and I understand your frustration. But I promise you, as a councilor, as someone that to be honest, I look up to on this floor. I've done a lot of work. I respect your work. But when certain things are said, I don't try to take things personal. I understand where it's coming from. I understand the frustration. So I want to promise you that I'm in public safety. I'm in that community. So I want to promise you that we will work towards that. And I think we all need to come together on this. It's not about pointing fingers. It's about what are we going to do next, right? Someone mentioned the sign that roll our sleeves up. You don't know what that said. And I agree. This has been going on for a long time. I've seen things affect my family growing up, and I think everyone else can agree to that, right? To whatever issue they have. So I think we're in a place now in our city where these things make changes. We make changes now. Right? We can't say down the road or whatever. We need to make changes tomorrow, and I'm glad that meeting will take place tomorrow. I look forward to those findings. But again, when it comes to 788, I really look forward to being able to work with that. I'm pretty sure Councilor Ajay and Councilor also is interested as well, and having these conversations and taking the next step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Priscilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment to express my gratitude for the groups and individuals who have been advocating for these changes long before the report was issued, often without the full support or recognition they deserve. Moving forward, it's imperative that the city provides these groups with the resources and backing they need to continue this essential work, which includes a shelter for women. Progress begins with recognizing the need for action. Tonight's discussion has been heavy, as it should be. The findings of the DOJ report are serious and require a thoughtful, bold response. I am grateful for the members of the public who participated tonight. Your voices, your concerns, your hopes for the city were heard. We should never discard insights from women. We should never devalue victims. Prostituted women are human. It is our collective responsibility to listen to the unheard. And this is an opportunity to make it right. My colleague said two things can be true at the same time, and I agree. Residents also spoke about bad apples. Others said the report doesn't condemn the entire department, and there's an overwhelming number of good cops. I appreciate Chief Saucier's work over the past year to make improvements. I know my experience is that as an elected official, when I first got elected, I don't think I was viewed as a #1, supporter of the police, which is unfortunate, and he's always taken the time to have conversations, and they're not always pleasant conversations. We dug into things, and I appreciate that. I just think it's important to acknowledge They're good cops who are doing the work. And one of them said it's hard to build the trust back, and I look forward to all the officers who serve with kindness, compassion, and integrity being a part of the process. That being said, the path forward is clearly not going to be easy. We do all need to roll our sleeves up, and I do want to work together with the community, with the people who came out tonight, with my colleagues, and I just want to make sure we listen to the voices of those who've been impacted and ensure that our policies and practices reflect the values we want to see in the city. We can all do better. Everyone can do better. And we just need to be committed to moving forward. Someone called and they said this could be an opportunity for a new day, and I agree. And thank you so much.
So I just want to follow up on Councilor Pasillo. This has been a heavy night, it's been a heavy week, it's been heavy years for lots of things that have taken place in this community. I think that everyone on council said that when this DOJ report came out, sure, were there some things that maybe some would say there weren't surprises because of over the years and the different committees that have been set up. There's no doubt. Did we wind up reading in the newspaper about the attorney putting out that statement? Yes. And we can all talk about what's gone wrong. But I think what the community is asking for us tonight is how do we work together to recognize the changes that need to be made. We know that having Chief Saucia come on board in the last year, he probably thinks he's been here 10 years in this position.
What the fuck was that?
He's made several changes, which are great changes for us as a city council and for our city. Is it enough? I think everybody has recognized tonight that no, there needs to be continued changes. But for us to tonight look at each other and tear each other down, we're not going to get this done doing that. The only way we're going to get this done is by working together and showing the community that we can make those changes that people are asking for. And again, my hat's off to the chief for all that he's done, because he did do a lot, and you could be respectful, I was respectful.
You were not. You were not.
The whole time.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I think that all of the changes that he's made, we look forward to working with him. I don't think that there's a counselor here, and I'm certainly not speaking for people, that hasn't said we welcome him as a new chief coming in, which won't be until March. So I think we just need to, as a council, make that commitment to work together to make the changes and not be tearing each other down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Oh, bro.
We are on Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to publicly state that it is my intention to work collaboratively with the community, with the police department, the administration, to make sure that we all do the right thing. Moving forward together, making sure that everybody is respected. It has been very difficult for all of us. Many people have had triggers from this discussion. I have been abused myself, not by someone I know. So it's hard when you talk about these types of things. We all take it personally, and I'm trying to make sure that I listen to everybody. And I want to make sure that people know that I will listen and moving forward, working collaboratively with my colleagues, not tearing anybody down, but working collaboratively, we will persevere to make sure that we have the best city and that we offer a safe environment for everybody. And with respect to the people who do the work as well. Thank you.
Consent Z, the city manager, roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
I'm sorry, you said no place to man or what's going
Oh,
on?
I'm sorry, okay, Z, move in that, start over again. Double A, you want that to go public health?
Yeah.
Double A, public, double A, public health. Roll call.
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Point of order, is it not going to both? Because it says request to the city manager.
And Council, O'Leary asked for an amendment, we'd like to have that public health. Both. But we just had to, yeah, we probably should send it both. This is not from the council, so we can't amend both, so. Okay, we'll do it both. Roll call.
So, going to vote for public health for the CM, Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes, BB, request city council request the manager to commit to criminalize abusers, including sex buyers, pimps, and cops who abuse women,
This is the one.
or the disseminating, rehabilitating abused women.
This is number
Send that to the
7.
manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager allocate financial preparations and mental health support to women harmed by systemic abuse detailed in the Department of Justice report. Is that the manager?
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria? Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes, request the manager by the council to report percent of steps taken by the city to collaborate with other cities and human rights organizations. Is that the manager?
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian? Council Ada?
Yes.
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, we have two non-city council confirmations. Transmitting information communication from Anthony Mangini as the constable of civil and criminal business. Transmitting information communication relative to appointment of Cassie Tortorelli, oversee with the Arts Council. File.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 8.9 or 8.4 right now. Recommend approval of conservation restriction 305 Belmont Street. Motion is approved. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Caloria? Council Algier? Council King? Council Carlson? Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes, 8.9 is held in privilege. Council Russell. We are on 8.13, transmitting information communication about unfilled details. Center for Public Safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Algier? Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Transmitting information communication about the quality update and use of small unarmed anti-craft system. Drones. Center for Public Safety. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Algier? Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Millian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Priscilla?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is 8.33A, transmitting information communication about the Queen Street Collective Pilot Program. Public Works. Roll call.
Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 8.36 A through J, 8.37 A through C, motion to adopt and roll call. Roll call.
So, recuse myself on, 8.36 B.
8. Okay, every other. Okay, once you say in the room, we'll hold that one out and go for the rest. We'll hold 8.36 B out, and then Councilor Ojeda will recuse himself on 8.36 B.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. B is roll call. Councilor Ojeda recuse himself. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda recuse himself. Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Communication. Court, adoption of the orders authorizing the mayor to execute the appointment agreement with Eric Batista.
I held the item.
Excuse me?
I held the item.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I can hold that item that's already voted on last meeting.
And this is this new authorization to sign.
Yes, and I'm holding that action.
Okay, I'm been told by the court we do not hold the item.
So through the chair of the council, Mr. Chairman, this is only the procedural, documentation that took place at the last meeting, so the council already took an action on it.
So why is it on the agenda?
We didn't have the final contract language until now.
And so now that we have the final language, I would like to hold it.
I don't know if the solicitor can jump in, but my understanding is, all the time you hold an item is, it's come up for the first time in the city council, this already came up sometime.
I believe I called anything that requires an action forward.
Madam Solicitor.
Through the chair, the council already took a vote on this item in the last meeting. We were just providing a copy of the contract for the council's recommendations.
Okay, so we're doing all we need to vote on them?
No, you already took a vote to sign the contract, which is
So that's why I
a clean document of the contract and the salary ordinance.
Motion filed.
Wait, so hold on, you're saying on here it says advertise proposed ordinance and adopt on a roll call, and you're saying we don't need a roll call, is what you're telling me. Are we making up inconsistent?
She's in on the question.
Through the chair, you've already taken a vote on the contract. It's the salary ordinance that you're taking a vote on to advertise.
Also, we have to take a vote to advertise.
To advertise the salary ordinance, the contract, the manager's contract has been voted on.
Through the chair to the council, let me read Rule 29 for the record. Rule 29 says, single member holds under the City of Worcester Charter, Section B, on the first occasion that the question or adoption of a measure is put before the City Council, except an emergency measure, if a single member objects to taking a vote, the vote shall be postponed until the next regular or special meeting of the City Council. This vote has already taken place at the last meeting. If the council wishes tonight to hold the salary ordinance, you can certainly do so. But in terms of the contract, that has already been taken a vote of. What I brought for you tonight is its entire packet. If you want to split that packet, you can tear it down and break it piece by piece.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're gonna hold the ordinance.
So, if my understanding correctly is, Councilman Yan wishes to hold the salary ordinance, they can certainly do so. But in terms of the contract, that's already been voted by the City Council.
Okay, so you're gonna hold that then?
Yep.
So, Mr. Mayor, my recommendation at this point is, I'll have to read the communication for the record, and we can hold the salary ordinance, so you have to bear with it. So I just got to read the terms, so. Everybody's in agreement, so we take a vote on the revised contract and hold the ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Council,
Please just reiterate, I thought that the slip said that we will hold on the ordinance, and that the contract was already going on, and therefore could not be held. But now, are we saying that there does need to be a vote on the contract?
Through the chair to the council, what I'm saying is the salary ordinance, you can hold on it. Because that's a salary ordinance that has to be advertised. You can hold the vote to advertise that salary ordinance. In terms of the contract, you already taken a vote on the contract.
So then there's nothing to vote on.
In terms of the salary ordinance.
No, not the salary ordinance, I'm talking about the other, I thought you said that motion, just clarification, Mr. Chairman. So, we're holding the salary ordinance, and we're not voting on any other aspect of this, is that correct?
Again, procedurally, this has always been done this way. I don't know what to tell you.
so basically what he's saying is that we're gonna hold the ordinance, that's the
Correct, the ordinance is a new item because
the other ones are
it's
still
still
on the
open.
contract, so no real vote required.
There's no real vote, through the chair. Motion to file, there's no vote, no real vote.
Yeah, technically, it's against
Might as well vote it on.
Because they allow it as long as they have it.
Maybe we can vote, but I vote, or maybe put it on file.
I'm not understanding, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the last meeting, the city council voted to enter into a contract with the city manager. It had the terms, right now we're bringing to you the twin contract, and now also allowing the mayor to enter, to sign the contract. That took place at the last meeting as well. This is a procedural vote. So we have for the record, so 3 years from now, the body can go back there and see the twin contract. The ordinance is a brand new ordinance that's been brought forward. That's why that one requires a vote. So that's why this documentation is brought as a package. As we brought in the auditor's contract, the city clerk contract, and now it's before the city manager contract. The body already had an agreement with the city manager at the last meeting that we would pay him the salary.
Clarification. So from my understanding is that we voted the language of the contract, and this would be for the mayor to execute signing the contract with the mayor. So can you just clarify if the city manager and the mayor have already signed a contract?
No, I have not.
Okay. I mean, I believe this is what I'm holding, but that will hold whatever I can hold, and it should be able to hold.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a real simple issue. If we have to take a vote, I would think under our rules that any council can hold the item. We don't have to take a vote and the council held whatever portion of it, then let's just move on.
Okay, hold that.
That's the bottom line. We have to take a vote, it should be able to be done.
Hold on. Okay, now we're on table under privilege. City manager should have information communication relative to the Enterprise Street, Bigelow Street project. We'll send that to traffic and parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morro Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Tui?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Council Toomey requests manager work preservation listed in the Historical Museum to identify a plan to acquire funds to refurbish and repair the city council chamber desk, podium, and center table. Said plan should also include, consider including students from Mr. Echo High School. As apprenticeships for the Council Thurman has recused himself. Council Toomey.
As agrees.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Bergman has recused himself. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Morro Carlson? Council Nian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Costello.
Yes.
Mr. Russell.
Yes.
Mr. Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Council Aguilar requests to see any questions from the Commission. Inspection service and fire provide council with a summary discussions with Washington Heights Architect engineering team related to installation of the fire sprinklers for the buildings that were arranged in line for June 2023. Said report should include any enforcement abilities that inspection services in the fire department have to enforce the installation of automatic fire sprinklers in the building ending by fire in June 2023. Point two. As request manager work with the fire chief in the city, and solicitors provide council with the draft language for a home rule petition that allows for municipalities to allow the Mass General Laws, Chapter 14B, Section 261, pertaining to automatic sprinkler systems and buildings rehabilitated, substantially renovated, and not supposed to be entered to. C&D.
That's it, please.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Gloria.
Yes.
Council Gia.
Yes.
Council King.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You know, Council Russell had to say
Mr.
something.
Chairman, I'm sorry, but I know the hour is late, but these items, I just want the manager to know, I'm requesting on these when they come back for some real details on dollar amounts. Because I understand, I've always been concerned about the sprinkler systems and this sort of thing, but I want to make sure that we're not pulling the plug on smaller buildings that might fall on this financially, because the money's just so high. So I'm just asking for the administration just to give us a different option.
Mr. Chair.
Council King.
This is Tennessee, correct?
C&D.
Just regarding Tennessee, I know that I mean myself and others have spoke about, as the council just mentioned, I know this is for a certain subset of buildings, but if we get a report back, regarding financial assistance for folks who have these breakers and you're starting their businesses.
Designated by Council Russell.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Gloria.
Yes.
Council Gia.
Yes.
Council King.
Yes.
Council Collison. Council Mia.
Yes.
Council Ada.
Yes.
Council Silva.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the unit provide council with a report detailing the timelines associated with the short story and short story connect contracts.
Mr. Chairman, we take 10 E from each collectively.
Yeah.
E from each.
Request the unit conduct the regular of the city every 5 years.
Just do them separately, please.
Okay, that's right. 10 years of each.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Excuse me, what item are we on?
Okay, we are on E, in the short spot. That's for timelines.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Gloria.
Yes.
Council Gia. Council King.
Yes.
Council Collison. Council Mia.
Yes.
Council Ada.
Yes.
Council Silva.
Yes.
Council Russell.
Yes.
Council Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can we take 10 T, G, H together if there's no objections?
We're on F.
Oh, okay, that was
Request the
okay.
manager conduct every all set times every 5 years. Council King. Hold that. Okay. Council King is held that. We are on G, request the manager provide council with summary of all memos, notes, and recommendations, CDCs, and Human Rights Commission. Council King.
As it reads.
Did the vote not need, 4 votes?
Say that again, Councilman Moore?
The vote needed 4 votes.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry. You're right.
Oh, which one?
Let's go back to, you're right. It's getting late.
F? Oh,
F.
Let's go back to F.
Bergman?
Roll call.
Yes. Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
So again, just let me clarify, this is to hold an equity audit, the idea of an equity audit. The idea of an equity audit. Oh, okay, no. No, they're trying to hold 10F on my request for equity
Okay,
audit.
continue on to have a discussion, continue.
So, no.
Council Mark Carlson? Council Villa?
No.
Council Ada?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I totally apologize, I said this without fully understanding, so I would like to reconsider my vote.
Okay.
So Chancellor Algier is going to be recorded as a no, and Council Bergman, yes, Gloria, yes, Russell, yes, Toomey, yes, and Mayor Petty, yes.
We are on G, because we invite counsel for property of all animals, notes, recommendations to be received from the Human Rights Commission.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
We'll send that to manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Algier?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson? Council Villa?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Yes. Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, 10H, requesting the Red Council to report detailing all boards and commission applications and denials.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
Is that something we will?
It's on the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair,
This one legally is just something we can do.
from what item 10,
10H, right, council to report detailing all school boards and commission applications and denials.
through the chair, having be a major under taking, we have several boards and commissions, so I don't know if we would even have that data. We could look into what data we have that is available online, but I mean, there are some things that can't even go fully, digital until recent, so I'm not sure how we would.
Okay, Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this is the first time they leave it on the wall tape, so I would just question that policy.
Madam Assistant.
What, through the chair, what part of the question?
Well, the item calls for information about applications that might went into the manager that he didn't agree with, three positions. So I believe the auditor for the council wants to correct me, but my interpretation is that the council is looking for information about applications that the manager might have passed on or given to other folks. And I considered that my gut reaction was it was personnel, and even though they're not paid positions or volunteer positions, it's still personnel issue.
Through the chair, those would be the records of the CAC, and there might be some privacy concerns, but the applications that are submitted to the CAC, the manager can, consider those or not, and just not take those and approve the recommendations. I mean, we could look into that matter, but again, there's personnel issues, there's digital, if the records exist, we can come back with a report on the process and the information that we have.
Okay, so Nathan,
Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These things are part of public hearings. Names are submitted, and names that are carried through and recommended to the council or given us information with regards to who is selected, who isn't in some of those instances, depending on the composition of that particular body. So there's no reason that there be anything preventing us. Mr. Chairman, in municipal operations, it's routine that we take a look at composition of boards and commissions. Did that for many years, 4 years, and I chaired it. We had the person that's charged with that come in and talk about their efforts to diversify, their struggles with forums, et cetera, et cetera. This is not a reach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
So you're not with the name, just with,
Mr. Chairman, it says that I was also, when I'm asking, the item doesn't ask for the names of all the boards or commissioners as they exist, that's a legitimate issue. But you get into the denial, you're asking the manager, why did he decide to deny something? I can't think of this.
do you have a motion to file them?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman.
I would just like, clarification, because right now I'm really, the law department and their explanation of things is really making me question a lot of stuff, because from what I know and what I understand, these things would be considered public record, no?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if they're actual denials that come from the city manager. They're applications that go to the CAC. The CAC has those hearings in public. It makes recommendations to the city manager. Whether they're actual denials, those documents may not exist, but we could come up with a report regarding approvals and appointments to boards and commissions based off the CAC's recommendations.
Yeah, so to me, I understand most of this stuff as a public record, and so whether they're huge undertaking or, the administration has no will or desire to do it versus it being legally to not be able to provide it is two different questions. And so, just gonna put that out there, is that, that's the type of answers I would like to hear, and not just an automatic, oh no, we can't quite provide this. Thank you.
Through the chair, just clarifying that all that information may not be available to provide, but we can come back with a report on what is available to us.
The motion to file, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria? Council Agia? Council King? Council Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Motion fails.
This motion is to send the city manager. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria? Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay. Then Council Russell's item, provide council for the draft ordinance that bans commercial vehicles over 11,000 pounds from Oxford to the city unless a commercial delivery driver is in the process of loading or unloading the vehicle or conducting similar commercial activities.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria? Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. First meeting of the right council with the what detail what metrics will be used to evaluate effectiveness of initiatives such as Vista Mobility Action Plan Vision Zero, whose responsibility will be evaluate such programs, how often such evaluations will be completed, and what type of options will be available if the desired results are not being met. Council,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Try to be brief, I know the hour is late, but we're engaging in all sorts of action plans and programs. Some of them have been with relatively split votes on the council, so that they haven't been reviewed anyway. But at the end of the day, whether somebody supports something or doesn't support something, it's important to know what the results are, because otherwise we're flying in the dark. Are we gonna have regular reports on whether or not programs are being successful? Who's responsible for the issue? We as councilors gonna dig into the data, or are we gonna get department heads to give us the data so that we can digest whether or not there's a success? And also, how often is that gonna happen? Is that gonna happen at 3 months interval, 6 months interval, a year interval? And lastly, what happens if we determine that despite the fact we spent a lot of money, what we've intended to do isn't successful? Are we gonna say that we've already spent the money, so it's too late, or are we gonna have a plan of action that we can address the fact that maybe we were overly optimistic in whatever we decided to do isn't working? So I mean, those are questions I have, and I think they're reasonable questions. I think they're important questions. I think they're good governance questions, and I would like to get some answers from perspective. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Send that to the manager, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Colorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
No.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson? Council Nia?
No.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Solo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. I request the manager create a place with appropriate monument marker at the near location of Pearl Street, which Kingpin Bowling was invented under 45 years ago.
And I can go to the manager. I could just say that I've been in touch with some organizations that represent a number of cable bowling facilities. And they're excited to hear more about this. So hopefully I can have some conversations with the city manager and others. On a night like tonight, I think it's important to remind ourselves with some levity that there, with all the serious topics we've had tonight, that there's a lot of history of us that should make us proud. We have our challenges, much of which is very serious. There are things that we should be proud of, and we should look to celebrate. Maybe cable control isn't the most important thing on the agenda, and certainly. But at the end of the day, there's a history here with it, where cable control is spread from New England into Canada and nowhere else. And it's uniquely New England, it's uniquely Worcester Convention. And I think it's good to remind ourselves sometimes that there's a lot of interesting, positive, unique things that came out of us that we should celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So that's the manager, roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Colorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nia?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Solo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Table items, Council Ada?
Yes,
Yeah, which one?
11J.
What is it?
11J.
J. Okay, city manager recommended adoption of order transfer city-owned 5161 Cedar Street from the Department of Public Facilities. The office of city manager for deposition purposes and authorizing advance of properties.
Mr. Chairman?
Roll call to take it off the table. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Colorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Council Mark Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nia?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Solo?
Yes.
Council Russell? Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Council Ada?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is an item that I think we just really just look into as far as moving it. We could go to development where it needs to go. I've had several meetings with residents in the neighborhood and they're concerned about the property day. And I'd like to see it move in a direction that hopefully whoever's purchasing it, that it will be beneficial for the neighborhood. At several meetings. I really would like to get this moved for the residents, they can reach out to me probably at least once or twice a week, so, thank you.
Council Russell?
Chairman, if it's going to go anywhere, I would think it should go to Public Works Committee, which is responsibility of public buildings.
On this item here?
That would be my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Did he ask for the adoption? The motion is to adopt, right, Council Ada? Okay. Council is referral to committee. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of things. Through the chair to the administration, could you read the recommendation from the Commissioner of Facilities regarding this matter?
To the chair of the council, I don't have the report up in front of me to be able to read that. I don't know if the clerk has
that up right now. Can you bear with me 1 second? So, Councilor, are you asking for the full report?
No, just the, was asking me to be adopted, and if there's language pertaining to public schools, in the city of Worcester, or non-use of that property.
So inside the report, there's an order for them to relinquish to the city manager. I don't know what part of it is what's about the school. Okay, so after further review and analysis of administration, including the Department of Public Facilities, the West Local Schools, and the West Local Schools, we do not believe that utilizing these properties long-term for the initial stated purpose is in our best interest at this time.
Could you repeat that up and just read a little bit slower so folks can understand pertaining to the two aspects that we're looking at here?
So after further review and analysis within the administration, including the Department of Public Facilities and the Worcester Public Schools, we do not believe utilizing these properties long-term for this initial stated purpose is in our best interest at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular matter says that these properties are not in the interest of Worcester Public Schools. In addition to not for municipal use. We had quite a process here where we were looking at, and we had a presentation for the council and the subcommittee of archiving over there. To the chair, to the clerk, that was the office of the clerk. We could share what those plans were and what communication you had that came from the administration that ended those plans.
Through to the council, I do believe maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when the first properties were bought with the purpose of having the city archive there. We have spoken with the administration since then. We, at this point, from my understanding, is a different purpose for them. Space that the archive is going to be within the library. I do believe there was going to be an extensive project when it came to cost. It was supposed to be, I think, $3 or $4 million, if I'm not mistaken here, of great renovations to make that library space an archive. That was the last conversation, and the last time I think I spoke on this was from Julie Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Prior to this coming on the agenda, was there a discussion between the administration and eliminating the archives being there?
Through Chair to the council, I had spoken with the city administration, with the manager as well about possibly having a different purpose in the building, but I don't know. I don't recall, it was like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, but I did hear that there was another purpose for the building. Part of it, I think, was maybe maintenance, but again, I don't speak for the administration. I only have a piece of it.
Through the chair to the clerk's office. So you heard, can you elaborate, heard from who?
Public facilities. Again, I only was dealing with the archive piece. My understanding is the piece that was going to be part of the archive required extensive work to be done in order for that to be purposed for the city archive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to state a couple of things. One, I've been contacted by a number of folks who are interested in this property. We know that as a city council, we have taken votes to pay for renting space for Worcester Public Schools. We know that they have a facilities plan. Mayor Petty is chair of the school committee. I've reached out to a number of school committee members who didn't even know this was an option for Worcester Public Schools, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure. I know that the schools that are interested are private schools. I'm trying to fathom and understand and wrap my brain around how is it that that campus and those buildings would be good enough for a private school and private school students, but not good enough for our Worcester Public School students, Mr. Chairman. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Mr. Chairman, again, elected officials or the other body have not had any awareness of this. I support Councilor Russell that going to public facilities, but also supported going to Committee on Education as well, Mr. Chairman, so they can sit with those folks and make a determination, Mr. Chairman. I also know that Clark University was in that building about a year ago. I've toured and gone through the buildings. There's a number of offices functioning over there. On behalf of the city, I know that we have limited space here. When I need to do meetings, my colleagues need to do meetings. And, you know, to again, convey this and put it up for purchase when we can be using these spaces. We've had motions on this floor for youth centers, cultural centers, and things of that nature. Right now, we just, with this new hotline, we're sending folks over to Cedar Street to Office of Equity and Inclusion regarding complaints in the hotline that was just implemented for police concerns. And it's a very good place to do business. It's a great neighborhood. There's some concerns about zoning that could be amended by variance. Again, the properties, from my discussions and my discussions with individuals that are looking to bid on it, are that they are in good enough condition for them to get into. You know, if we're going to do anything, I certainly think we should explore if we're not using it for our own purposes, perhaps renting it, if it's for school use. But I'm not going to be on a council where, you know, we're providing that space for private schools when we have public schools in need. Mr. Chairman, I've been over to the Fanning Trade Building in the course of my work as a social worker. The old girls' trade building over there. Probably one of the worst conditioned buildings in the city. And there are folks that go there, young people with lots of disabilities and challenges. To say that they don't deserve that space, I'm not willing to do that, Mr. Chairman, right now. The explanations I've received are insufficient. I'd like to report back on any and all options that were ruled out from the administration in regards to that property and why. And if it comes to it, I know that there's a private school that's looking at this because they're expanding. They're adding girls to their program, and they need the space. We need to move this for them. Perhaps there's an interim where we can be generating revenue while we're figuring out what to do. Because once that location is gone, it's gone. It has science labs, has a great auditorium, it's got a gym, has good classrooms, has elevators, has lifts, and it's functioning, Mr. Chairman. And it's a two-sided campus. Not something I'm going to do with my motion. I would hope that we send this to the works and to education. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a motion that city manager will well, you know, I can do it on my own, I guess. I can file with the school committee and ask them to weigh in, but to forfeit this, for which the public schools is a body without the information and without any input from them, I think is a mistake.
To the chair, I want to clarify some things. It's been implied that the school administration has not been involved in this process. The administration has been involved in the process. I don't engage and I'm not involved in the school committee body. That's a body that the superintendent works with. But the superintendent and her team and our team have been meeting for over a year, discussing our capital needs, looking at our current infrastructure, looking at needs of the school, looking at the needs of the city. This property was a property that was assessed and evaluated by both the schools and us in determining also the needs of the community, what the community wanted, and the decision was that it was not a desirable location at this time for the schools or even for the city. The current offices that are inside that building right now are there temporarily because we're making renovations to this building to bring those offices back. In addition to that, there's significant deferred maintenance in those properties that will require major investment into those properties. In addition to that, the neighborhood has been very vocal since the beginning of the process. They didn't want buses in that neighborhood because of the density of that neighborhood. And so we're trying to be mindful of that, and that's why in these conversations and thinking through all of this, it's been extremely important to identify all the areas. And I think we as a city and as a school department have spent a lot of time discussing and reviewing these properties and the need for these properties and the future of these properties, and also identifying areas in the city where there's a better need and better use for other properties that could be valuable for all of us. So I just wanted to highlight that because that's been extremely important. We've been discussing that for over a year, and in regards to the archive, there's been conversations on my end with the library about their spaces there. They have the ability to expand their archive and also utilize the city's archive there as well. And so, in my judgment, based on my analysis and conversations with staff, I felt as though it'd be better for us to invest in the library and bring the archive to the library than to create a whole new space and spend millions of dollars on a whole new space. So again, it's an evaluation process that this administration, working with the superintendent, spent over a year in looking, and we continue to have conversations about properties and the needs for capital improvements and the need for additional properties for the schools.
Councilor Russell?
Chairman, I'm not gonna vote to sell anything at 11:30 at night. It's that simple. I think this, we're putting it in the hands and changing the purpose. So, I don't think it's a smart move to do it. If my colleagues want to send it to the Public Works Committee, I'll be happy to hear an item on it quickly. But if you don't, I'm just gonna say, I'm not voting on this item at 11:30 at night when it wasn't planned on being on the agenda.
Okay, so a motion to send it to, we're going to send it to one committee, so it's either going to education or public works. Public works. Okay, so the motion is to send to public works. If that motion fails, then the motion is to adopt. Is that correct? Councilor Rita? Is that what the motion was? Yeah. I thought it was that. Is that, am I right?
He wants to send it to public.
Oh, public works. Okay, fine then. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yeah.
Council Mian?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. So, that brings us to the end of the meeting. Councilor Bergman?
Under suspension.
Under suspension? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia? Council King? Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Mian? Council Mian?
Keep going.
Okay, Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, Councilor Bergman.
Chair, I'm trying to be brief, and let me just start off on the right note by just saying during the break, I sort of wish my colleagues Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy all the holidays, that everybody may or may not celebrate. But I want to refer a little to C, the rules of the City Council, avoiding personalities for speaking on an item. I was tempted to say something earlier, but I wanted to cool off a little bit, and I also wanted to wait till the suspension, because we've been here a long time today, and I don't want to delay or stall anybody's petitions or orders. But, one of the most disappointing things that any councilor can hear is when another colleague calls their committee, and it's not my committee, but I'm a member of it. And I'll take responsibility for being an equal member of that committee along with my two colleagues. And that's just not the proper way to do things. If you're frustrated with the way committees act, well, there's something on the committee. But that to me is a personality.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Well, we are, but let me just say, Mr. Chairman, if I just stand up one more minute. I've been on the council 11 years.
My order.
I've been on the council 11 years now. That's not something I've ever done, I'm proud to say that, and I expect more of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So motion is adjourned. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Gloria?
Yes.
Council Aguirre? Council King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda? Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
With your word too, but I think you said English.
I didn't make a motion.
So you guys will get in touch, we'll be doing a special meeting over the next few days, so. Yeah. This is Marco's last meeting.
It's gonna become a routine.
And that's